Oh, good evening. Let's play a bit of shorts before it's time. We've got like 20 minutes, so why not? That's kind of easy. Not the worst of one. Yeah, that's already top 264. Other records gotta be really close here. I find it so much easier to wiggle than to hold. That should be a new PB. Okay, top 42. And the maps have only been out for 2.5 hours, so it's not that amazing. I think it's more speed, but it's not enough. Oh, -4. It's almost equal. That's a good try. It has to be faster. No way. Accidentally kept the full nose slide. Trying to go for the quantum. It's too wide. I can try Chem 2 here. Oh, that might actually help. Oh, this is too weird. I can see where the mistake is. I'm not getting the speed slide after the magnet there. The first one is fine. Did I mess up the second one? I just want to see if I can get more speed. It's always minus in the finish. Oh, finally a small PB. 11 spots. That must be super tight at this point.
Good evening.
Good evening, Firelight. How am I getting perfect no sleds? If I wanted to do that, there's no way I would have been able to. Thanks. I'm glad I never have to play it again. We're gonna keep trying for a few more minutes, then we're gonna watch shorts from last week, and then we are switching to World Tour. This map gets boring very quickly. I hope the others are better this week. It depends what you use the scenery. Water is pretty bad sometimes for FPS. And there's some trees, the pink ones. They're the FPS killers. That was good. No way. Use water as a base. It's probably water then. Alright, let's quickly check out what happened last week, and then we'll watch World Tour. Why are... Okay, we'll watch Europe then. Now here we're equal. He maybe has a bit more speed, different approach. Was way higher up. How sick. Add next. Top 5 is cheated. Everywhere. What? No way Carl won this. How does a keyboard player win this? Hey, look. What? So I was wasting my time here. No way. And that's actually faster. I didn't know about this. So that was a gigantic waste of time. That's the map I hunted the most. This one I didn't care about at all. This just seemed like a terrible map. I knew this was the line, I just didn't want to bother with it. Let's see what the time is here. It's 72, he's quite far ahead. Oh, I get destroyed in the start already. This one I didn't touch after Monday or Tuesday. An insane record. And the last one. Hate when that happens. Like 27. So just get a bit luckier with the uphill and the rest same as what I did. Alright, whatever. Time to switch to World Tour. Let me just see if the servers are ready. Oh, I guess not. Let's see if I can find the bracket then. Yes, and apparently SRK made it more readable. So this is what we're gonna be watching. This is the day 2 bracket, and it looks so much better than the mess yesterday. So in the winner bracket round 1, the match we're gonna watch is gonna be Neil and Richie versus Exotica and Charles. And the other match is Peck and Carl, who will play today, against Stoke and BMQS. And then Wolcian and DG still already waiting in the loser bracket. Should be best of 5 today. All of the matches are gonna be best of 5, I think. Although I'm hoping we get an update on Discord. So let's see if we can join. Ah, this is the right server. I'm just checking Discord if there's any other news. Nope, well, we should be starting any second now. Oh, I should post on Twitter that I'm live. Let me do that very quickly. There, now we're ready. I guess all the players are here. We should be starting in 8 seconds. No delays. So no bans, obviously, because it is best of 5. We'll only get to see the order that the maps are going to be played in. You can pick your best maps in the beginning, or you can leave them for later. Whatever the teams feel is the best strategy. This is taking a while. Alright, so Neil and Richie pick Ellipse. And they do look very strong there. Even when they played against Carl and Pact, still look very good. Let's see what Exotica and Charles are gonna go for. Reunion. And yesterday it did look like they had a good chance on Reunion. They just kept bottling it. Yo, it's a... And our second pick, hoping for Sunburn as usual. In the previous regional, they kept picking Sunburn all the time. It seems like they don't enjoy it anymore. So we're gonna be watching Limbo, and then Sunburn is in the mud. Unfortunately, no fun for us. So far, we have not seen a full match on Sunburn. Only when we joined later on. In one of the matches that was still going on after all of the others were done. That's very unfortunate. So let's see if it's gonna be more of the same. Is it just gonna be exactly the same as yesterday, where Neil and Richie are much better than Damascus? Or maybe Exotica and Charles can pull off an upset here. And we gotta keep in mind, this is the winner bracket, so whoever loses is not out of the tournament. This is just seed 1 versus seed 4. And the loser will play either against Wolcyon or DG Steel. And I believe whoever loses will win that match, no matter what. And the winner will stay in the winner bracket and play against the winner of Puff Bros versus Yep. So Neil and Richie versus Charles and Exotica. So far, these teams have been the 2nd best and the 4th best in the American Regional. Will we see something different today? And we gotta keep in mind that the 3rd best team didn't even make it into day 2. So actually this is a great chance for Damascus to catch up and maybe even go up to 3rd in the overall leaderboard. Alright, here we go. Round number 1. Who can start strong? Looks like it's gonna be DG and Teska. They're already in the top 2. Looking very strong with Exotica dropping down just a little bit. However, on Ellipse, it is quite difficult to catch up. 0.3. His best chance probably are these box slides, and it's not amazing. He drops the gear, but actually he does catch up due to a big mistake from Richie. He's now 0.45 down, and will have to rely on his teammate to bail him out. He's not really making any progress, but then Charles also goes a bit wider. So Richie with a better exit there. Catches one, and right now Charles is fighting back, so we have 2 1v1s. All gonna be decided in this box side. That's very good by Richie. And it goes all the way up to 2nd, following a mistake from Neil, and Exotica following that early mistake is in 1st. And this is looking like a draw here. Yes, Exotica holds on. Not the fastest, but maybe the players are still just warming up. May quickly... I'm not that. Just wanted to lower the volume. Ah, there we go. Might take just a few rounds for the players to be completely ready. What I keep in mind, this is the first match of the evening. So the hands still might be a bit cold. And this time Richie manages to survive this turn. But then it's Neil who makes the mistake. And once again we are looking at a draw, but that's a huge nosedive there by Charles. It's not something you see every round here on Ellipse. So right now we only have a fight for 1st. 3rd and 4th are pretty much settled. Can Exotic overtake here and maybe get a little lead? It's only 1 point of a difference, but that could be all that matters in the end. Well, it's a respawn by Charles, but Neil has made it an additional mistake, so maybe we will end up having a fight for 3rd. Let's just watch these 2 go into the finish. No problem for either. And it looks like Charles will give a victory to Neil and Richie here. Victory. Strange one by Charles. He was in the middle of nowhere. There was no reason to risk at all. Could have just saved it with the 3rd place. And that gives a 1 point lead to DG and Tascad. And they'll be very happy with that. After Neil was 7 seconds behind. And he crashes again. So once again up to Richie to make sure he gets 1st. And so far so good for him, but Charles is struggling quite a lot. It's not a good box slide. And the level so far hasn't been that good. Look at that. Richie with a mistake now. His 2nd mistake in 3 rounds. That's very unlike him. That's an amazing chance here for Damascus to get the 1st ace of the match, with Richie even respawning and Neil is half a second behind. Surely they gotta use this. Yep, that looks good. Now the bug slide. So risky by Charles. But manages to survive. They're still holding on to those top 2 places. Neil is trying, but cannot really make any progress. And that is an ace for Damascus. This is not really going how we expected it, I think. So many mistakes on the blue side. Hey, Chloe. 5-3 for Damascus. And this is picked by Neil and Richie. They believe this is their best chance to start off on the right foot. And right now they find themselves a 3-5 down. However, this little mistake by Exotica will certainly give them some confidence to turn things around. Now, so far so good for them. However, Charles is contesting for the first place. And Exotica also isn't out of it yet. Now Richie goes for the drift there. This time it works. Both keeping the gear in the drift. Charles barely avoids the hole on the left. But he needs to make sure he gets second here, otherwise that ace was all for nothing. It seems like Exotica is a bit too far behind. Neil and Richie still holding strong in the top 2, and Charles again with his suicide line. I mean, it's very unlikely that it's ever gonna work. He's just jumping too close to the pole on the left. And he completely kills off his angle, so sooner or later that was gonna happen. And he gets punished immediately. Counter ace by DG and Tescad. And Damascus once again find themselves behind. Let's see if they can get another ace of their own with that early mistake there by Neil. And Richie has been a little bit shaky, so Damascus will definitely feel like there's something they can do here. I mean, Neil is almost 2 seconds behind, so at worst they should get a draw out of this. A lot of pressure now on Richie. An ace against him here would be devastating. Charles and Exotica look very good in this round. But Richie is fighting back. It's a decent reactive section, kind of the same exit speed as the red duo. He's still in it, and we know that Charles's line here is not very good, but then Richie touches just before, and that is horrible. Needs to improvise, makes it, but he's gonna lose a lot with that. And yet again, it feels like Damascus are getting a free ace here. Can they just make it? Yep, that looks good. And it's only mid 111s, but it is good enough. 8-6. Can they just draw it out now? This would be huge for them. And despite the few mistakes they've made themselves, they look much better than yesterday. Like, it's night and day difference. Unlike Neil, who's been completely out of it so far. Then Charles touches, but he's still ahead of Neil, who has made an additional mistake. And right now, Damascus will be ecstatic with this. A draw does go into their favor. It would force a sudden death round. And Richie just has to make sure he gets first here. Second is not good enough. Second means he would be 1-0 down. So what does Charles do here? Does he go for the risk? Does he go for the first place? Which would give him the map win. Or does he just save it and go into sudden death? Again, different lines. Much better for Richie. I mean, Charles has to fix this. Because this doesn't work, but look at this. Exotica has made a mistake, but then Neil crashes into the wall. Had a chance there to overtake. But looks like after all is said and done, it's only gonna be a draw in the end. And decent time by Richie. Draw. And it's 7-9. No, I didn't like the TOTD. I was just frustrated. So I had to play a bit more. So we know that Neil and Richie got ace here. Neil cannot afford those mistakes. And we have a complete fiesta here in the start. Richie isn't in last, but he is probably the fastest player here. If there's anyone who can come back from this, it's definitely him. And Charles and Exotica just trying to stay ahead of him. They do not need to do anything else. He is trying to come back. Does the Neo? Oh, we take Exotica with that. That's one down, one to go. Keeps the gear. And he's fully caught up to Charles now. Neil quite far ahead. Looks good for him. And Richie's still in that fight for second. Exotica a little bit behind. Will prey on mistakes. But then we know that Charles does not have a good line here. Let's see, this is crucial. Richie going very wide. But this time around Charles does survive. Richie with more exit speed. It's all coming down to this. It's all in descending. Richie has more speed. Charles has to go full inside and try. Looks like Richie got it. And DG and Tescat get away with it. Ace when they needed it, and again, feels like a missed opportunity here for Damascus. And it's that 1 point of a difference. Way back when Charles had to respawn in round 1 or 2, when Neil was so far behind, but Charles found a way to finish last. And it comes back to bite him. That's why every round matters. Every round is really important. You cannot afford to throw away even a single point. Because that's what happens. Now he just has to mentally reset, not think about anything that's happened before. They did have a great chance, they squandered it. But it doesn't have to mean anything in the long run. And then on the other hand, Neil and Richie will be ecstatic with how that went. They didn't look good at all, but got it done when it mattered the most. No early mistakes, nice start. We know it can be a bit tricky sometimes. As the Charles is at the back of the pack, but manages to avoid this double skids. All of them doing a good job, but Team Blue just a little bit faster so far, and then Charles is out. That is a bad mistake on reunion. And it's gonna be near impossible to come back from, unless the blue duo get a no slide in the next 10 seconds when Neil flies out, actually. That's gonna be a welcome gift for Charles, who is up to third. And Richie has to hold on to the first place. I think Exotica has a little bit more speed here, but a worse line, so in the end it's all gonna equalize. And the Knicks cannot really make any sort of progress here. Richie manages to stay on, no need for a respawn. And Neil completely out with +8. Good time by Richie. Starts off very strong. And Neil yet another mistake. He seems to be starting slowly into every map. Was the same yesterday. Luckily for him, Richie is holding on. So 1-1 on Damascus' first pick. A bumpy start, everyone makes it again. And they all get the drift. So far so good, Exotica a little bit behind on pace. But that is a great section. It goes almost all the way to first. And now Red Duo trying really hard to go for that ace. Exotica a little too wide, will lose a bit of speed. Let's stay on board with Neil. This time he doesn't flip. But he finds himself in last, maybe went too safe to compensate. Gets the drift. Charles is in trouble there. He's losing so much and he's relying on Exotica to prevent the ace. And it's looking very good until Neil collides with the pole on the left. Seems like he might stay in third still, despite the mistake, because Charles has made an additional one. And again, he's kind of lucky that he gets a victory out of that. Yeah, Carl is indeed playing, so we fully expect Puff Bros to win, but With the way this is going, maybe Damascus can get second in this regional. Ooh, not with a start like that. Exotica out. And so far he's been the more consistent out of the two. So it's up to Charles here to save something from this round. Neil dropping again. So Richie versus Charles for first. And the best thing Neil can do right now is just to keep it together, not make any further mistakes, settle for third. Oh, and he's out. And Charles is out as well. What is happening? Did Richie get the checkpoint? No, he didn't. What a round this is. Charles with the standing respawn. Richie somehow first despite that respawn. Exotica is in second. Neil somehow still in last after everything. The gaps are still huge. Every player has respawned. And I guess draw might be the most fair outcome. Yep, that's exactly what happens. 1:11 winning time. And I'm sure Richie will be very happy with how that went. So far on Reunion, he's just unbeatable. Even when he has to respawn, everyone else has to as well. It's like he's not allowed to not be first. And with that, Neil and Richie still 1 point ahead. A very even match on Reunion. And as I say that, there's a mistake from Charles. Has to respawn all the way back. He is completely out of this one. And Exotica struggling with the drift. And this is a great opportunity for Neil and Richie to get the ace and pull away. But Neil has not been having a good time here. This time takes it a bit safer. And that looks good. Now there's only one more section that can foil their plans. And they both get the drift. Looks good. Very safe by Neil. Will lose a lot compared to Richie, but the gap to Exotica is big enough for him to avoid a safer drift. And Exotica just doesn't have the best lines here. He's not catching up to Neil. So unless Neil just misses the finish... Oh, Richie's slowing down a lot. But it is good enough. It is good enough. And that will be 7-3 for DG and Tascad. Charles just crashing every round. Putting too much pressure on Exotica, who we know is not the fastest player. He's more the consistent one of the duo. So he can't really keep up, and that's an early mistake. Both Exotica and Neil and Charles also slows down. It's only Richie surviving the start this time. So many issues this round, and Exotica again. That's a terrible place to crash because now he doesn't have any speed over the entire wood section. Will make it, of course, but he is completely in the mud. And at this point, they really need an ace. But it looks like they might get aced yet again. It's up to Charles. I mean, second saves them and gives them another round, but second is probably not good enough. It would be... what, 9-4? And Richie with a respawn there. But Exotica is still behind. Once again, even when Richie respawns, is still not really in trouble. And it's the same story as yesterday on Reunion. Neil and Richie don't look amazing, but Damascus are making so many mistakes here. And just giving it to them on a plate. So 9-4. 2 aces from Charles and Exotica, or else they're done. And 2-0 down. Let's see, all or nothing. They cannot hold back, and we know Richie is really fast. He's driven a few .4s, and that is very tough to beat. And look at him go once again in first, full in command of this round. Looks good for everyone, but they gotta catch up that .2 towards Richie. And they're not really making any progress, only falling further back, and that's a big mistake from Neil, so again, it's only Richie standing in their way. And they cannot afford a mistake, and that's it. Now, if either of the blue players knows what's happened. They will make the call, and they will just save it. I mean, 4 seconds is a massive gap, and I think both of these are too good not to take advantage of the situation. They will know they don't have to risk. It just gotta finish ahead of an Exotica, and that's gonna be it. Amazing time by Richie. He doesn't care about saving. He's just flexing. 107.28 is an incredible time in rounds. And that will be enough. So great performance by Richie, shaky by Neil, but good enough to take a 2-0 lead into map 3. It looks like there's not going to be any surprises here either. However, Limbo is probably the most chaotic map. If there's any map where anything can happen, it's this one. Last chance for Damascus to stay in the upper bracket. Let's see the PBs. Charles doesn't have 105, Neil does. Let's quickly check Richie's and Exotica's. Yeah, and Exotica is by far the slowest. Now, we do know that, of course, they can have better PBs offline. But this does show what their peak pace is in matches. And it looks like the red duo might be relying on mistakes, and there's one by Neil. So that's already one step forward for them, and then Richie has to slow down to avoid the wall, and that's an amazing save, actually. Was almost in the wall there. We'll have to concede first, but it's much better than crashing because he's definitely still in it. And we know that he has the best strategy there for the turnaround. So I'd say he's still in command of this round. Now here we go, and Richie just flies off like a rocket. From third to first. Look at him go. Can he just get over the line in first? Charles is catching up a bit, but the gap is huge. Then he crashes. Where's Exotica? Exotica also crashes. Neil overtakes for second. And after all that, Charles will win the round. Neil doesn't make it. Richie goes safe. And Exotica just misses out. He also went safe. What a chaotic round in the end. The Musk is getting the victory. And I'm sure they will be ruining not getting the ace there. But once again, Neil just looks so inconsistent today. It was another mistake, and now it's Richie with a mistake. So the fact that they are the quicker duo does not mean much if they're gonna keep making these mistakes. And there goes Neil. And Damascus have top 2. Can they make it work this time? It's 0.3 between Neil and Exotica. We know Neil is a bit faster, but the map is very difficult. Can he survive? Going on to the turnaround, and maybe even Richie can come back with his strategy. And look at this, Neil gets it spot on. Overtakes Exotica. Richie has to respawn. He's completely out of this. Has to respawn yet again. Charles in first, fighting with Neil. Chance for Neil to shine. So far, good job, but Charles has way more speed. Can they both make it? Both going low. Neil just barely survives. That was really good try by Neil. Amazing jump. Just unfortunately not enough. And that's another victory for Damascus. Little by little, they are going towards that 10-point threshold. Victory. However, there's still a long way to go. And one ace by Blue can completely wipe out their advantage. Let's see, round 3. Can we have a clean round? Start looks good. Drift, good as well. So far, the closest round. All of the players still within 0.1 of each other. Oh, nice turn by Exotica. And this is by far the fastest and closest round so far. Everyone doing a good job, but then we know that both blue players have a much faster turnaround. The strategy is just much superior as long as they can survive, and Richie does exactly that. Shoots away in first, Neil is in third, but that's still good. But then Richie clips, can't even make it. He's struggling a lot. Oh, and he's completely in the mud here. He's not having a good time on Limbo, and we are looking at another victory, but can Neil maybe spoil the party here for Damascus? Charles goes high, Neil gets it. And seems like there was the wrong decision there by Charles. He definitely didn't have the gap. So interesting decision. I mean, it was obvious that Neil was gonna go low. Could have been another victory, but I guess it could have also made a mess of it and had to respawn, so I guess he just takes the draw here. 5-3, still looking good for Damascus. And the Richie, who's been an absolute boss on this map, is not really showing up right now. Neil with a mistake there, and that's not one you see very often. And he will bonk the pole even, but Exotica full stop in the NASCAR section. And Neil also gets wiped out. So Exotica actually in third. And this could be another draw. Oh, Charles decides not to go for the reactor. Let's watch this. This is usually complete mud. He's losing so much compared to Richie, but does survive. Actually lost 4 seconds there. And Richie all alone, he finally survives, makes a mess of it, but is allowed to release, take it easy. And we actually have a fight for third, both going high. And both making their way into the finish. And Neil and Richie actually get a victory out of that. I have no clue why Exotica didn't go for the low line there. Makes no sense. He's already last, has nothing to lose. Even if he respawns, it changes nothing. So again, some questionable decision making by Damascus 2 rounds in a row. And it's cost them 2 points so far. And now look at this, Charles is out. And Neil and Richie, first and second. This could be, well, almost the final blow, but it could be a huge blow. Because they are already over 0.3 ahead, they have the better turnaround. As long as they can keep it clean, they will get the ace here. It's only Exotica, who is a bit slower. Both make it. And now the gap is absolutely massive. They just gotta survive. That looks good. They can both jump high if they want to. Yep, no problem in the NASCAR section. Both are going low and both... No! Neil with the respawn. Once again, the wrong decision is made. And Charles, out of nowhere, will get third. I don't understand. When they're supposed to go high, they go low. When they're supposed to go low, they go high. They're doing everything the opposite. Made no sense to go low there. And they fully pay the price for it. So 7-6, Damascus still in the lead. 1 ace away from winning Limbo and staying in the match. Start works for everyone. Charles is still in it, and it's actually insane that with +6 he was able to get third. Great start by Neil. But we know that he's been a bit shaky later on in the map. It's looking very similar to the previous round. Once again, Neil and Richie in full control. Can they make it work this time? Oh, poor turnaround by Richie. He has no speed, will stumble even, and he's gonna have a very hard time even making it past this bob block. So this is still very good for Damascus. Neil cannot afford to not make the jump here. He has to make it, he has to go low. He goes high this time. And once again, it's the wrong decision. And he concedes another point, making the wrong decision every round. (9-7) Damascus, same situation as on Ellipse. Back then, they got aced. But right now, I think they have a better shot. Just due to the nature of Limbo. Neil and Richie are just one mistake away from disaster. Oh, they have a monster start though. Maybe they just want the pressure. Maybe this is exactly the situation they wanted to put themselves in. Or Richie, light tap, but he's good. Doesn't have to respawn, that's what matters. Just doesn't even drop down to last. It's actually all good for him. And Neil with a weird mistake there on the drift. Goes a little too high up on the right. And look at this, all the players within 0.1 yet again. All in the turnaround. Exotica is completely out. All up to Charles. Charles has the second place. Will he make the right decision? I mean, he has to go low here. And Neil is out. All of a sudden, he doesn't have to go low. Neil is so far behind. It's up to Charles. Does he know? He doesn't, but he makes it. Charles makes it. And that's map 1 for Damascus Gaming. Finally, something goes their way. And finally, they take the advantage of all of these mistakes by Neil and Richie, who've just been incredibly inconsistent today.
Draw.
So there will be a draw, and that is enough. 10-8 for Damascus. We are going on to Ascension. And we need Damascus to step it up so we can see Sunburn. It's all about Sunburn. Now, PB-wise, once again, it's Neil and Richie a little bit ahead. But the PBs, as we saw in the previous map, don't mean much. So what do you do in the match? It's only an Exotica really driving. Everyone else standing still, trying to collect their thoughts. Let's see if it worked. Here we go. Once again, could potentially be the last map if Neil and Richie can win this one. Or will Damascus force the decider? Nice start in Exotica, just a little bit behind, but it's all good. He can definitely catch up on the wood section. And that's a great turn, that's exactly what he needed. He is fully caught up with the pack, but then Charles stumbles. Leaves it up his teammate to prevent the ace. He is gonna be a bit behind. And will need a monster ice slide to catch up. And Exotica is, of course, within striking distance. Needs a good drift. Gets it. Is closing in just a little bit. Can he keep the gear here? Oh, that's too wide, but still better than Neil, though. Could be good enough to secure second. Strange ice slide, to say the least. Has slightly more speed than Neil. It's all in this ending jump. Oh, and Exotica gets it really poor. It's just not good enough. And that's a strong start by Neil and Richie. Ace straight away in Exotica, just not risking enough. I think he relied too much on Neil making a mistake there, instead of taking matters into his own hands. And as a result, he is 3-0 down together with his teammate. Let's see if they can strike back immediately. Or will this map go one way only? Yeah, good turn by everyone yet again. No mistakes on wood so far. And it's still super close. Good drift by Exotica. Richie stumbles a bit, didn't make the jump fully. Will find himself almost a second behind. So it is up to Neil to make sure he doesn't get counter-aced straight away. So far, so good. He is still in that very important second place. Doesn't slide out. Exotica again, very strange ice slide. And looks like Neil is contesting for first even. That's a much better jump than Charles. Will have more speed and makes it actually.
Draw.
Great fight for first. Good times as well. 2 106s. And Neil is finally showing up. Stepped it up when it mattered, so the gap is still 3 points. Oh, Richie is struggling, and Richie is in the mud again. That is a huge gap now that he needs to overcome. That's gonna be extremely difficult. So once again, it is up to Neil to make sure he secures at least second, or ideally first, like he did in the previous round. Charles there barely avoids the checkpoint, makes the jump as well. Has a little bit more speed than Neil. Needs to put pressure on him as much as possible, but then Exotica gives away the third place to Richie. And that is an absolute disaster there. So no chance for an ace. Right now they're actually scrambling for a draw. We know Neil has a pretty good hand. It does look good. Much better than Charles, who even touches, and out of nowhere this is actually gonna be a victory here for Neil and Richie, but then Richie makes a mistake on ice and Exotica is jumping all the way around. Can he make the jump? No, Richie has more speed. So after all of that, it actually is a victory for DG and Tescad. Complete chaos, and so far Neil is the only player really doing anything on Ascension. Other three really struggling. Again, Richie is so close to crashing twice, but makes it. Will be in last, but he will be relieved that at least he is still in the round. And this map is slowly but surely running away from Damascus. So again, all of them making it. Richie a little slower, and now Neil crashes. Could this be it? Could this be the chance for Exotica and Charles to get their ace? Richie is catching up. Catches one. Is on the hunt for the other one. Has a little more speed than Charles. All in this ice slide. Neil is too far behind to do anything really. And again, Exotica, he's just not doing that right at all. And Charles even makes a mistake. He cannot make it. So Neil actually gets third. And that's another victory for DG and Tescad. And it's all crumbling here on Ascension for Damascus. Nothing is going their way. They're making so many mistakes. Even after the blue players make a mistake, they just make a bigger one of their own. Nothing is working. There goes Exotica. And this could be the end. But then Richie makes a mistake of his own, and this round is pure chaos already from the start. They all make it through the wood section. Interestingly enough, no mistakes there whatsoever in the entire match. And we have a pretty spread out player field, which DG and Tescad will be very happy about. A draw definitely goes into their favor. Oh, but then Neil is out of the map. So it is up to Richie. Now, so far, those two have been much better on Ascension, but if they get aced here, could spell trouble. Again, Richie struggling. Exotica, a really poor ice section again, but Richie does it even worse. And that's gonna be the ace for Damascus. 8-6. Comeback out of nowhere. Strange mistake there by Richie. Crashes on the inside. And it's still a match point for blue. But will they get shaken up by getting ace now? Oh, that's a poor mistake by Exotica. That's one that should never ever happen. Puts a lot of pressure on Charles, who pretty much has to get first here. Anything else and the match is over. Both blue players make it. Charles still 0.25 behind. Has a lot of work to do here. Oh, barely survives there. That drift is always so dangerous, and he just loses even more by doing that. Now he clips, and this might be over. Both of these will have to make a mistake for the red players to catch up. And it looks good. Almost 2 seconds of a lead. They've definitely been the better team on Ascension. So this is gonna be deserved. Looks good. One more jump. Both make it, and that is it. Neil and Richie win and stay in the winner bracket, while the Damascus will have to fight their way through the lower bracket.
Ace.
I would imagine the other match is already done. Yeah. As expected. We should start straight away. But let's take a look at the bracket. So, of course, 3-0 for Puff Bros. Fully expected. Carl and Pack are both playing today. So, Damascus will be playing against Walsian, and Yep will be playing against DG Steel. And I fully expect both of these to get the win. So, I think this is the last round where we're gonna have multiple matches being played at the same time. Because after this is just one match every round. So we're just gonna watch the winner bracket. Let's see if Neil and Richie can step it up a bit. They're definitely gonna have to play better if they want to do anything to Carl and Pack. I presume that's match 3. In the meantime, I'll just check Discord for any updates. But I don't think there's gonna be any. Yeah, SRK just said we're doing upper final, lower round 1 at the same time, which is exactly what I said. It's gonna be all those 3 matches playing at the same time, just so things move on quicker. So the winner here goes to the grand final. And they're gonna be waiting for quite a bit. Because after this, we're gonna have 2 loser rounds. And then the grand final. At this point, I'm just hoping to watch some Sunburn because we haven't seen it all weekend. We've seen all of the other maps quite a lot. Curious to see how Puff Bros are gonna do. Yesterday was a pack with Raceland, and it didn't look that good. I mean, they did lose to Neil and Richie. But with Carl playing today, I expect the top level. Still waiting for someone. I think we're waiting for Neil and Richie. Alright, they're here, so 3 more minutes and we're off. That looks very good by Pack. Until it doesn't. I want to see what happens on Limbo as well. Because DG and Tascat won Limbo against Puff Bros last time. Although that was mostly due to them having a much better turnaround line. Or strategy, rather. I would imagine that Pack and Carl know what to do now. It should be way more even there. Pack's playing khaki. Is anyone else driving, maybe? I'll see what Carl is doing. I think this warm-up might be too long. Could have started straight away. So let's see the pick and pick. And pick and pick. A lot of thought going into this. Alright, Ascension. They did look the best on Ascension in their previous match, to be fair. Puff Pro is going with Ellipse. Where DG and Tescat barely won. And then we're also guaranteed to see Limbo. Interesting. The map they lost on the previous time. And Sunburn, once again in the mud. I think there's no chance we're seeing that. Poor Sunburn never getting any love. There's not a single team that wants to play that. Yeah, it's so sad, isn't it? All of them kept picking Sunburn in the previous regional. And now they've gone away from the idea. It really sucks. This was the one region I was counting on. Because I know Europe hates it, and APEC also hates it. So I guess we won't be seeing much of Sunburn for the remainder of the tournament. Yeah, you should. I'll stream your match just to watch some Sunburn. I need to see someone jump out of the water. It's like drugs to me. And here we go. Starting off on Ascension. Now Neil and Richie did look better here than on the other maps. Let's see if they can keep it up. This is of course a much higher level. So those smaller mistakes will not be tolerated here. If they want to go directly into the grand final. You gotta keep in mind, whoever loses is still in the tournament. Can still make their way through the lower bracket. And so far so good for Neil and Richie. They are in the top 3, fighting for top 2. With Carl just a little bit behind. But we know that's exactly how he plays. He's just lying in wait, preying on a mistake from anyone from the opposition team. And that's a nice drift by Carl, but Neil gets it as well. And look at how close this is. Super close round 1 and everyone's stepping up their level. But as I say, that it's Neil with the first mistake of the round. And all of a sudden looking really good for Puff Bros. Carl with a terrible eyesight. Neil will overtake. Richie is in first. Could we be looking at a victory for Neil and Richie? Yes, it will be a victory. Such a strong start by Richie. Look at this. 106.7. Great race for first. And that is a statement time by Richie. Really showing what he can do here. Strong start by DG and Tesca. And Puff Bros have a proper opponent, but once again it's Neil with the mistake. That will make their job a lot easier, but then it's Pack with a mistake of his own as well. And now he's in last. It's Richie versus Carl for first. And Carl knows exactly what to do in this situation. Pack has respawned. Carl is aware. He knows that he has to get at least second here. Which should be easy for him, for a player of that caliber, because Neil is super far behind as well. So Carl could, in theory, just take it easy here. If he wants to settle for another loss, that is. Because 0.2 towards Richie is a pretty big gap, to be fair. And if he risks too much and crashes like he did in the previous round on ice, that could be devastating. Oh, he is catching up. Did a little bit of a release. Gets a better jump than Richie, but it's not gonna be enough. Slower time by Richie, but that's all that was needed. Another victory. 4-2 DG and Tescad. Puff Bros look a little bit shocked. Round 3. Still no aces. Everyone makes the start. Oh, Pack so close there on the right, but it does pay off. Richie now struggling. It seems like every round there's someone dropping just a little behind in the start, which is very tricky, but at least everyone makes it through the wood section. Oh, Neil there struggling. Right now it's looking like an ace for Puff Bros, but we've still got half of the map to go. Richie then touches, so it's all up to Neil here, who is ahead of Pack. With Carl quite far ahead in the lead. Pack going for the risk, will not pay off. Neil with more speed is catching up to Carl even. But we'll need a very strong end because Pack is right here. This could still be an ace for Puff Bros. Neil has to get it done. Looks very good for Pack, terrible for Neil. And after all that good work in the first 2 rounds, looks like Neil will not be able to catch up to Pack. 7,000 is the difference. And Puff Bros turn things around, and they are in the lead. Nice try by Neil. But it's just not enough. And that is the difference between losing 3-0 and 2-1. Those 7,000s. And that could be the difference between winning and losing the map. Neil trying. Catches Carl. The Pack is still holding strong with Richie a little bit behind. Nobody drifting. Great landing by Carl. With Richie dropping down even further. Once again, 2v1. Can Neil get it done this time? Good drifts coming in by everyone. Carl seems to have caught up just a little bit. Has a better line than Neil. But seems like Pack got it the worst. Onto the ice slide. The all-decisive exit of the ice slide. Neil gets it the best. Can he hold on to that first place? Carl has more speed, but it's not going to be enough. And that's a match PB by Neil. Insane time. 106.67. Such a strong round. And I think Puff Bros can be very surprised and a little bit disappointed with not getting the ace with such strong times. 0.7 and 0.8 low. In many cases that would be enough, but Neil is really showing up. Still 6-5 by Puff Bros, and DG and Tess get well in it. Again, Richie with a slightly slower start. Everyone making it through the suicide section there, and Richie even catching up. Look at this, this is so close. You can see that they've definitely stepped up their level compared to the previous match against Damascus. They're playing so well until Richie there clips the hole, will drop down quite a bit. So for the third round in a row, it's up to Neil here. Save something. Try to not get aced. Oh, that's very wide. We'll lose a little bit towards Carl, but we know it's all about the exit. Who can get more speed? Looks much better for Neil, but then he crashes. And this could be it. This could be the end. What a time by Pack. This is the best time we've seen in the entire World Tour so far on Ascension. 106.41 by Pack. Almost unbeatable. Insane, and he's really showing what he can do now. 9-5 for Puff Bros. Very strong performance. And Richie, on the other hand, just making too many mistakes and leaving it all up to Neil every round. And one Pack is driving times like that. Like, what can Neil realistically do? Once again, great turn by Pack. He only needs 1 point here, and with Neil being so far behind, Carl will check the splits and he will tell Pack what's going on. They know they only gotta beat Neil, who is dropping down further and further. 1.75 now. Still looks good. I mean, they're way too experienced to drop this. The gap is just too big. No slide outs. And that should be good enough. Just take it safe. Go for a high jump like Carl. Very smart. And Pack actually misses, but luckily for him, his teammate is Carl Jr., who doesn't risk and knows exactly what to do. Pack, on the other hand, went for a low jump, which is not what you should do in a situation like this. But it's enough. Oh, it's release. Pack was drawing W in the previous round. Yeah, you can see the difference in mindset. Pack just goes for the best time he can, while Carl really tries to play against what's in front of him. If it's a fast round, he goes fast. If he knows he can save, he goes safe. And I just love watching gameplay like that. When you're aware of what's going on, you know exactly what to do, you make the right decision. And you just saw in the last round there how important it is to make the right decision. Because if Carl also got stuck in a respawn loop there, it could have got very messy on the map. Could have been 9-8. But yeah, Carl, too good simply, and that's why he wins the World Cup every year. And right now it's Neil already in the mud, giving a great opportunity here to Carl and Pack to kick things off with an ace, with only Richie standing in their way. Oh, Pack a little bit wide, but Richie also goes wide. So Carl is alone in first. Still a huge fight for second here. Great turn by Pack. Fully catches up to Richie, who gets more exit speed. Looks like it will be Pack. But Richie can still take over that second here. Oh, he is so lucky there. Doesn't get the slowdown after hitting the lightsaber. He's still in it. We'll have more speed than Carl, who makes a mistake later on. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he clipped on the inside. That's a very strange mistake. But luckily for him, Pack will get first with a pretty decent time.
Victory.
It's a good chance there for Puff Bros to get the ace, but unfortunately, Carl couldn't make it. Still 2-1 is a good start for them. And now it's Neil again with an early mistake. That is by far the worst thing you can do in this duo format, because it puts so much pressure on your teammate and it makes it so easy for the opposition team. Look at Richie with the respawn, but Pack somehow makes a complete mess of it. And yet he is still in second. Neil and Richie completely crumbling on Ellipse, which was a really good map for them last time. But today it's just not happening here. Even against the Muscus, they were struggling so much and just barely won the map 10-9. And now completely incapable of doing anything. Both Carl and Pack having a very easy ace. Carl even releasing there. Couldn't even hold on to the reactor until the end. So you can tell he was on a really good time. Because even with such an end, he was still able to drive 110.9. This has been such a poor start to Ellipse for Neil and Richie, who have an absolute mountain to climb here. They will need a monster performance from this point on. Seems like there's at least one Puff Bro every time driving a 110. And they gotta get an ace against that. But if they're ever gonna do it, this might be the start for it. Both of them in first and second, looking very good. Carl just a little bit behind, but he is catching up, with Pack slowing down a little bit. A look at this double point 4 checkpoint here is insane. Could this be a crazy ace? Carl is trying. He is coming a little bit closer. Still doesn't have that so important second place. But then gets more speed. Overtakes both just for a second. Both with a mistake, would look like. No, it's actually just Neil. Richie makes it through, but then there's the mistake. And all of a sudden, from a blue ace to a red ace, but there's another mistake there by Carl. So now it's just a victory for Pack and Carl. Complete chaos in this round. And somehow it still unfolds for Pack and Carl. No matter what happens, things always go their way. And I think Neil and Richie will be very disappointed with how that went. Was going so well until that NASCAR section. First Neil dropped, then Richie, and in the end they're probably lucky to even get that 1 point. The Puff Bros with the track point, 1 ace away from winning their second map. And going on to Limbo with a chance to wrap up the match. Again, Neil, so many early mistakes, and I mean, he's even lucky to not clip the hole there. He's very lucky to still be in the round. So it's up to Richie here, has to get second, otherwise it's over. Not a good turn, will lose even more, especially compared to Carl, but even to Pack. He is still trying, but it's not really working. And Neil is just way too far behind. It's probably all gonna be in that bug slide. But then Carl clips in the no-break section. You don't really see that every round. Better setup for Richie. Will come even closer. Carl is in last, but Puff Bros would be very happy with a draw here. Definitely goes into their favor way more. Yeah, Pack holds on to first. Decent time. Carl just couldn't get it done this round, but A3 is still a massive lead. Now just one victory away. So any mistake by a blue player could spell the end. Let's stay on board with Neil. He's been having so many issues in the start. This time he makes it. He is still in the race. Oh, maybe a little bit too tight. Loses just a little bit compared to the others. And Richie again there goes a bit wider, but that is an insane checkpoint by Carl. So the others aren't even that slow, it's just Carl is on an insane run. Really trying to wrap things up on ellipse. Pace is still there, this is still like a 0.6 even. Can Carl close it out? Neil with the jump will lose even more. But Richie has to get first, and Carl with a mistake that Richie made before, and all of a sudden it's Richie in first. Carl is in last, and it's looking like a victory for DG and Tescad. But Puff Bros still, despite all of that, with a very strong position. That's a double PB, both Richie and Pack. Double 0.7, and that really shows how strong of a time Carl was on. When both of them got a low and mid 0.7, just insane pace. One of the best rounds we've ever seen on Ellipse. And that's 9-5 Puff Bros. We just looked too fast here to allow Neil and Richie to get an ace. However, anything can happen. Into the box slide, everyone making it. Carl is in last, but look at this, it's so close from last to first in one turn. And this is yet another insane round. They're pushing so much, and this match is such high quality. Nobody can afford a mistake at this point. It's Neil who's a little bit behind. And we know that DG and Tasca need an ace, so this could be the end now. He's made an additional mistake. It will require, well, probably a response from both Pack and Carl. Great box slide by Richie, but it's just not gonna be enough. Neil is 3 seconds behind. Good enough from Pack and Carl, and they will make it. Another 0.7 by Pack. Crazy level on Ellipse.
Victory.
All three of those, insane performance. And Richie just made that one mistake, but it made all the difference. And Puff Bros just look probably like the best team on Ellipse. Both the pace and the consistency are there. And now we're moving on to Limbo, where Puff Bros can end the match and go straight into the grand final. Based on what we've seen so far, the grand final will be a rematch of what we're seeing right now. But first, we gotta close it out on Limbo. And we gotta remember, this is where they lost last time. Due to Richie having a much superior turnaround strategy. But now I would assume that both Pack and Carl know how to execute it. Well, Pack's small stumble, he's still fine though. If there's any map where you can catch up this much, it's definitely Limbo. Now that looks good, but he's not really catching up, he's just staying as far back as before. Onto the turnaround. Oh, Carl gets it the worst, and look at this. Could it be the ace by Neil and Richie? No, because Neil clips, so Pack all of a sudden is in second. Richie in first. And Neil has to respawn together with Carl. Still a fight for third there, and here for first. Will it be Richie? Pack goes low. Is it gonna be enough? And yes, it will be. Once again, Richie making the wrong decision there. He didn't have a big enough gap to go for it. And Neil seems to be going for the high jump. Carl goes around. It's gonna be a draw.
Draw.
Oh, feels like Neil and Richie really dropped the ball here. After the turnaround, they had the ace. And in the end, only a draw. I think Pack and Carl will be very happy with that. And as I said, if there's any map where you can come back from a 0.4 deficit, it's Limbo. That's exactly what Pack did. A better start for Pack. And this is looking very good. Richie is in the mud. Can he pull a Pack and go from last to first? Looking very good for Puff Bros. And Neil has been shaky in the previous match in the second half as well. And Carl is doing a pirouette. He is somehow on the track still. Doesn't have to respawn. It's a world champion difference, I guess. But then Neil, I don't even know what he's doing. How does that even happen? So he is gonna be in last. Carl with the pirouette, promoted to third. Pack can go high. Richie also goes high. Will be enough for both to keep their positions, and there will be a victory for Puff Bros. With Neil finding a new place to crash.
Victory.
It definitely feels like this is a map where DG and Tasket could get a win. But they're making too many mistakes against players of this caliber. Oh, and that's Richie gone already. Now he's still kind of okay until now when he respawns. And again, early mistake gives all the power to Pack and Carl. It's only Neil, and then Neil crashes in the NASCAR section. Again, it's just an unacceptable mistake in a match of this level. There's just some spots where you cannot crash. And NASCAR is one of those. Carl there with the respawn. Replies with a mistake of his own, and Neil, despite his respawn, is in second. Let's just see if Pack can close it out here. Oh, Pack struggling. What a save there. Makes it Neil in second, Carl in third. It's also not something you see from him very often. He could have saved it, but I guess he just wanted to go for the exact same strategy to not mess up the muscle memory. In the end, he messed up the execution. And it's only a victory for Puff Bros. They're also making many mistakes, and so far Pack looks like the best player on Limbo. Even when he makes a mistake, he still manages to win. He's been very solid. Carl is only really struggling with the turnaround. One pirouette and one respawn. It's not looking good. And once again, they are in the lead. Very strong start with Neil being completely out. They just gotta survive the turnaround, but we know what Richie can do, so maybe they feel the pressure that they also have to do it. Otherwise, he's gonna go from third to first, like he was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, here we go. Pretty good. This time it's Pack who stumbles. Carl makes it. Pack goes all the way to last. He's completely in the mud. And Limbo is definitely delivering on the entertainment part. Now Richie coming closer to Carl. Does Carl have the gap? I don't think he does, but Richie then. What a mistake. It's another one you don't see very often, but Pack is just too far behind. And Carl with a new match PB. Now, of course, he's 11 seconds behind right after I praised him.
Draw.
Luckily for him, Carl makes it this time. 6-4, still anybody's match here. I mean, the stats are really impressive. 50% top ones. Considering this is his hardest opponent. That's very, very impressive. With Neil again. Can't crash in the start. And it feels like Puff Bros have this chance every single round. They're always in the top 2 here. And they always find a way to turn this into a victory only. And yet again, it's such a weird mistake. You never expect that to happen. Carl just making so many mistakes. Another respawn, that's very strange. Both Pack and Richie get it. Pack just a little better. Richie over the hole, doesn't get punished. I think this is a very strong time by Pack. And we could be looking at another draw unless Richie can make something happen here. He has to go low here. Both have to go low. But then Richie crashes. Does Pack? No. He doesn't. He goes high. Or he does, actually. And Richie goes all the way around. I mean, he had to. He had no speed after crashing there. Quite lucky, actually, to get the draw from that.
Draw.
I really wonder if Pack checked that last checkpoint, because that was the only way he could have known. Otherwise, going high could have cost him. And still 1 by 1 point. Puff Bros inching closer to the 10-point mark. And once again, like every round, they have the top 2 here. Richie with a mistake. Feels like we're watching a replay. Every single round so far has been like this. And then something goes wrong for them. An ace here would be enough to get the map win and the match win. Can they get it now? Onto the turnaround. Both get it. But then Carl clips on the right. And once again, it all comes crumbling down. Double respawn by Carl. He cannot make it. We are looking at yet another draw. Carl is respawning. But Pack clips. Could it be enough for Richie? Can he make it? Is that too low? He makes it barely, and that is enough. All of a sudden, Neil and Richie are ahead. So many mistakes by Puff Bros. That's crazy. Carl just thinking about life. Wondering where did it all go wrong. They're always first after the first half, every single round. And then they find a way to throw it all away. How is this happening? 8-7 for DG and Tascad. Pack with an early mistake. Usually it's a blue player, this time it's Pack, but he has come back before from this. Looks good. It's 0.5. He can catch up. But he cannot make any further mistakes. We know that Neil and Richie need a victory, so can one of them maybe beat Carl? We also gotta keep in mind, this was picked by Puff Bros. They wanted to show that they improved on Limbo, but so far, they've shown a lot of mistakes only. Well, Pack barely stays on. That is gonna be good enough, and Carl is in first, but then Neil with a mistake, and all of a sudden, he could have a 9-9. Or if Richie makes a mistake, it's all over. Strong position for Puff Bros. Both will make it. Carl with yet another match PB, 105.96. Incredibly strong. When they needed him the most, he steps up. What a time. And that's gonna be 9-9.
Victory.
Any victory for either team and the map is over. But we've seen so many draws so far. And this has been the closest map by far. Any mistake at this point is devastating. Back just a little wider, but it's all good. Was so close on the right, but makes it. And looks like the tables have turned. This time it's Neil and Richie in top 2 after this part. Through the NASCAR section, nobody face planting this time. Still all to play for. Neil again with a touch, and this is exactly what I mean. Like, nobody else ever crashes there. You just cannot do that. But he makes it. Both Puff Bros make the turnaround as well. This looks like the end for DG and Tascat. They definitely had their chances. Respawn by Neil, it's all on Richie. He needs to find a way to win this. How does he get first from this point? Carl goes low, Pack goes high, and Richie goes into the water, and that is gonna be it. Incredibly strong round by Pack and Carl, both with low 106s, and that's gonna be 3-0, and they are going to the grand final. Let's see if the other match is still going on. I think this is the one we just watched. Match 4. So it should be all done. I presume the other matches were the 3-0s done. Let me check. No, wait. Wait. Nope, it's only 2-1 for Damascus. And this is map number 4. So, maybe Sunburn is map 5 and we actually get to see it, but seeing how this has started, might be a map for Damascus. Oh, mistake by Charles there. I'm surprised Charles and Exotic are struggling this much. Wonder what map they lost. Charles would never let this go to map 5. We'll see. He's not really attacking here. He's going way too wide. I think there was an opening, but cannot make it. Let's see the stats. I'm really curious. Charles, 42% top 1, and Exotic at 38. 19 and 0. So it's really interesting with those individual stats. How is it only 2-1? Because from that you'd say that Damascus are completely dominating. That's 80% top 1s, and there goes Exotica. That's a very big gap. All on Charles here. He's doing well. They just Walsy and aren't really making mistakes. That's really important here. Make him work for it. Is he gonna turn into a good PC gamer? That looks good, but Charles too strong. Yeah, times are not the best, but seems like any 107 is enough here. Only a draw. One ace could be huge here. Oh, was that a double crash? Seems like Wiggity just slowed down a bit. How did he make it over the gap? It's so scary on wood. Nyx is still in it, I think. Has way more speed. Oh, double crash now. Triple crash, actually. It's Charles even as well. Is he gonna be another draw? Gaps are so big. Where is Charles going? Oh, Exotica makes it barely. I think Wiggity too far behind. Oh no. This has to be the ace. That's a place you should never crash at. Very, very lucky to get the ace with that. High 108, 8 109. That's very lucky, and 6-2 is a strong position. Should be over from this point. Ooh. That's also something that should never happen. We have seen this before, and Charles made sure he got first. A second would also be good enough for him here. Oh, then a bad PC gamer with a crash. He's still gonna be in third with that. Makes Charles' job a lot easier. Oh, an Exotica with another respawn. Both get the drift. A bad PC gamer with a respawn now. Another respawn. And Exotica actually in third. Insane. Could be a victory for Damascus even. Crazy. Oh, Charles. Yeah, in the end, only a draw. Phase 7-3 is still good for them. Should have been 8-3 realistically. One ace away. I believe they're playing Yep in the next round. Who won 3-0 against the DG still. That could be an interesting match. Big mistake by Charles. Triple mistake. So many crashes here on Reunion. Most likely another draw, but we've seen mistakes everywhere. Oh, an Exotica. Ace for Wassian, maybe. This isn't over. We're gonna be here all night. Oh, that's really poor. What a throw. Just needs to stay on track, that's good enough. Yeah, that is the ace. Double 108. Damascus are crumbling. Slower start here by Wiggity. He's still good though. Okay, at least he's gonna get the drift for sure. Oh, that's bad. Slightly better than what Charles did, but still in the mud. Because he gets punished all the way until this drift here. Tough position to be in. It's all on a bad PC gamer. We've seen both Damascus players throw situations like this. Alright, they're not gonna flip over. That's step number one. Step number two is getting this drift here. And they get it. And from this point on, they should just finish it off. There's no real place where you should crash if you're trained here. All of this is very easy if you know you have a big gap. There is no way he just did that. Match PB by an Exotica. Pretty decent. In a round where he needed a good time. At 9-7. This is it. This is the last round of Reunion. Oh no. He's once again crashed the very first turn. Are they actually gonna get aced? Oh, bad PC gamer, no speed, and that is a terrible place. To either crash or just release. Just get punished all the way until this drift. Ah, it's looking very good for Damascus. They just need to beat one player. Surely they both won't crumble. I have no clue what he's doing. And Exotica gets the drift. That looks good. Surely he doesn't pull a Charles. Ah, he is struggling. You can hear it with the car engine. That is so safe, but Wiggity throws anyway, and that's gonna be good enough. Damascus win. Yeah, and Exotica really saving here.
Victory.
Charles did his best to throw this away. A good win, 3-1. Alright, we're gonna watch them again. Because now it's only 1 match per round. We have 3 more matches. Damascus versus Yep. And then the winner of that against DG and Tasket. And then the winner of that against Puff Bros. Shouldn't take long to generate. It's only 1 server. Why are there 2 servers? Something went wrong for a bit. Wait, the month is creation? Is it really? Didn't even realize. Oh yeah. I don't even know why. Why is this even translated? There's no option to even have creation anywhere else, I don't think. There are reasons. I don't know why. Why the German one? I know they just have way more regions than we do, when we don't even have regions. Oh, that, yeah. They just combine a bunch of words into one. I think we should have played today's first round yesterday. That way, the length of day 1 would have been the same as day 2. This way, day 2 is gonna take way longer. Because yesterday we had 5 best of 3s and today it's 5 best of 5s. Again, doesn't really make any sense. And yesterday we were done before midnight even. There's no way this is done before midnight. This is also taking forever. Just reduce this to like 1 minute so we can go. It's like they always find a way to extend the tournament for no reason. Even the players don't know what to do right now. Still hoping for Sunburn, but knowing our luck, it's gonna be map 5 yet again. And so far, all of the matches have either been done in 3 or 4 maps. Never goes to map 5. Let's see, what did they go for? I don't even remember what they picked yesterday. Maybe Ellipse. Oh, Ascension. Oh, there we go. Finally. Yeah, part of the heroes. Finally, we got to see some cinema. Please go for Limbo as map 3. That would be the best. If they pick Limbo, I want them to win. Oh, never mind. Right, so Reunion in the Mud, most likely not played. But the rest is pretty good. So these are the top 4 teams. So far, Damascus have gotten 4th in both of the first 2 regionals. And this is Yep's best placement so far. Neither team has ever gotten 3rd or better. Well, this could be really important for the overall standings. Both will catch up towards LNN massively with these points. And Exotica, the only one who doesn't have a 106 as a match PB. But it's all very close. I think this could be a very even match. This could be the most even match out of everything we have left. I think whoever wins here will get smashed by Neil and Richie. First they gotta get there, so let's see. Map picked by Damascus. Can they kick things off with an ace? Exotic a little bit behind. But still alright. Doesn't clip anywhere, doesn't have to respawn. Good wood turn. Completely catches up. Super close. All players within 0.1. Oh, what a jump by Stoke, but it's BMQS. I guess the worst of it, loses half a second. It's up to Stoke here to try to prevent that ace by Damascus. Goes very wide, has to release late. That's gonna be bad. Leaves Exotica in first, Charles in second. Stoke trying desperately to catch up, but he's only losing more and more. Push for an early ice slide, doesn't pay off at all. And looks like Damascus will get the ace straight away. That's a bad angle by Exotica, but makes the jump pixel perfect. Nice job, 3-0 straight away. Very strong start. That's exactly what they need. Now round 2. Again, going up in the lead. Really showing why they picked Ascension as their map 1. Look at Charles go. Exotic, again, he's really strong on that wood section. Always gets it near perfect. And it's Stoke stumbling a little bit. Yep, are not having a good time so far on Ascension. They just cannot keep up with Damascus. Both going so close to the hole, but it really pays off. They're pulling away further and further, and BMQS is now a second behind. They just gotta make sure to survive this ice slide, which has been a problem for lots of players so far, and they make it. They can't afford to jump very safe. Make sure to be as far away as possible from that wall, and that is good enough. Nice time by Charles. Gets a 106, and that's another ace by Damascus. Great start. Charles especially looking very strong. And this could be a quick one for Damascus here. Oh, and Exotica slightly lucky that he survives. Good adaptation there. Again, nice start. Onto wood. Everyone gets it. Charles even catches up to BMQS. Looking to get the third ace. Goes for a no slide on dirt. Doesn't really work, but it's Stoke who has to respawn. And could it be 9-0 here? Stoke completely out with another respawn. It's only BMQS trying to save some pride here for Yep. Exotica in first. Charles trying to get to the second place. And even this is incredible for Damascus. That's a great ice slide by Charles. Will allow him to go from third to first. Exotica is in second. BMQS too far behind, and that is 9-0. Look at this. Just 1 point away from winning their first map. And so far, this is the best I've seen them play over the course of the entire weekend. They just gotta finish ahead of either red player, and that will be enough to get map 1. And Stoke is out. That should be it. He has to respawn. And the Yep have just made it too easy. Way too easy. With so many mistakes. Oh, Charles kinda lucky to survive. And it's BMQS who's struggling yet again. Exotica with a huge lead. Gets a no slide. But BMQS clips the hole, has to respawn again. Now both red players have respawn. It's an Exotica with a respawn as well. What a round, but it's still looking good for Damascus. Charles has survived. And that's all they need. They just need Charles to get across the finish line. He can go safe if he wants to. But the jump is very easy when you know you're not getting chased. And that's gonna be your first place with a 108. Good enough. 1-0 Damascus. That was very quick. Just 2 more, but now we are going on to Sunburn. Let's see what the teams can do there. It's the first time we get to see Sunburn over the course of the entire weekend. Let's see who's better prepared here. Hopefully it doesn't go like that for Charles in the actual round. And Sunburn was picked by Yep. This is their first pick, so they should be very comfortable here. Let's see what they can do. A good start. Seems like Team Blue once again showing what they've got here as they are on the top 2. BMQS just a little bit behind, maybe goes a bit too high. He's still in it though. Good jumps. Oh, Charles jumps then. That's so unfortunate. And Stoke is completely out. But Charles is quite lucky to be in 3rd at least. Right now it's looking like a draw. Exotica versus BMQS for the first place. Who can get the better ice trajectory here? Exotica with the 360. Very clean. That was really nice. Goes up into the lead. With BMQS in 2nd, neither player can really afford to go safe. They gotta go for the jump. Oh, and Exotica crashes, has to go safe now. And BMQS makes it in 1st. Where is Stoke? Way too far behind. Nix can make it safe. Charles with yet another respawn. Stoke with the jump. That's a victory for Yep then. Charles cannot even finish. And this is exactly what we expect from Sunburn. This is the type of chaos we want to see. Obviously anybody's map. Nobody really that comfortable here. An Exotic, an early mistake there. You don't see that one very often. Charles has to get 1st here. But then again, anything can happen in the 2nd half. Oh, Stoke slides into the wall. We'll lose a little bit, but we'll still stay in 3rd at least. Let's watch this battle for 1st. Can Charles avoid jumping out? This time he does. He is drifting. BMQS isn't. Different strategies. Both are viable. It's completely personal preference. Right now looking like a draw, but anything can happen in this ending. Both going for the 360 and both get it. Charles a little bit better. Will stay in 1st. Can he avoid respawning now? It's Stoke with another mistake, so all of a sudden it's a victory for the Muscus. Both going for the jump, and both will make it very clean. Oh, and Exotica has to respawn. Stoke goes up ahead and will get the 3rd place. Ends up with a draw.
Draw.
Completely different compared to Ascension, where Damascus just dominated. This one is extremely close. And the ending is once again proving to be very difficult for everyone. And even the start. This time it's Stoke with a mistake in the start. And Exotica with a crazy start. Damascus looking to go up in the lead after being behind for 2 rounds, but then Charles double crash. Will still stay in 3rd at least. BMQS versus Exotica for the 1st place. Exotica goes a little wide. Doesn't jump at least. Oh, and will inherit that 1st place following that big mistake by BMQS. Charles also with a mistake, and all of a sudden it's actually Stoke in 2nd. Exotica all alone in 1st, the only one who hasn't made a mistake. So let's just follow him. Knows he has a big gap, goes very safe. That looks good. He's going so safe, as he should. Good decision. doing exactly what he needs to. Stoke makes it, Charles makes it, and BMQ is going safe. So 4-4.
Victory.
Equal score here. Pure chaos with only one survivor. It's exactly what we expect from Sunburn. And finally a clean start by everyone. A nice ice slides. And finally nobody crashes there on the right with water wheels. They are going a bit too high up on the turnaround. Charles may be a bit lucky to survive there. Half of the wheel was off the platform, but he makes it. It does pay off for him, and now he's in second. Huge opportunity here for Damascus. BMQS is out. Only one player is still within reach. But if they get the job done, then there's nothing Stoke can do about it. He's really struggling with this ice slide. Will it drop down even further? And right now they can go safe if they want to. The gap is big enough. Still over 1 second and Stoke is out. They can go safe and they both go safe. Great decision. Very smart driving. Fully taking advantage of the situation. Both take no risks whatsoever. And they're 7-4 up. Great opportunity to get the second map win. So far, they've definitely been the better team. Another good start. They are looking for that ace to close out map number 2. In a very quick fashion. Charles, what a turn. Goes maybe a little bit too high, but so do everyone else. No jumpers. As I say, that it's BMQS who jumps. Stoke with a mistake as well. Exotica full stop. Triple mistake there in the water. It's only Charles who stays alive. Has such a big lead. He's the only one who should go safe. But he has to make it there first. That works. That's fine as well. Let's take it easy here. No way, he has to respawn. And the lead wasn't big enough. He has more speed than BMQS, and despite the respawn, he still wins the round. Unbelievable.
Draw.
Charles there just toying with his opponents. Despite the respawn, secures the draw. 8-5, still a very good position to be in for Damascus. And right now, they only need a victory. Oh, Stoke with an early respawn. You cannot afford that when you're down. And now it's all up to BMQS, who needs to get first. Second is not good enough. We know that anything can happen in the water section. Oh, Charles has to respawn. That's a poor mistake there. And BMQS, a bit of a different line. Wants to make sure he doesn't jump out. Still looking good for Damascus. Charles just needs to secure third. He has a 5-second lead. And Exotica has a smaller lead, but still big enough to be able to not really panic about the situation. But he does have to go for the jump. The gap is not big enough yet. Can he do it? It's all about him now. Oh, he gets stuck. Does he get the checkpoint? Yes, he does. BMQS makes the jump. Exotica has a big enough gap. Charles, I have no clue why he's jumping, but makes it work. 9-6 now, and they're just going one by one. It's still very good for them. They just gotta avoid getting aced. Oh, Charles touches, doesn't get punished. Luckily for him, that's plastic. Again, touches, but somehow actually gains the position. And Stoke is just falling apart. He cannot get a good round in. Charles with a mistake. Stoke with the same mistake, but keeps more speed. So he is relying on Exotica here, who should be aware that he is really far ahead of Stoke, but then jumps out again. We've seen so many jumps in this match. And he's Stoke with the respawn. So all Exotica has to do is just go safe. Has a 3-second lead. He's going under. He's fully flexing at this point. Actually makes it work. And Charles is here with him. Now both should go safe. They just need the draw. Nothing else. Both should absolutely go safe. Even though they have 10 seconds and could afford the respawn. But there's really no need. Exotica goes for the jump. Charles goes safe. And both will make it work. 2-0 Damascus. Could have maybe been a bit easier. But the point is on the board.
Draw.
And map 3 is gonna be Ellipse. So this really could be a 3-0 for Damascus. Let's see the PBs. Here, Charles is far ahead. I think this map also goes heavily into Damascus' favor. This has the best skin, yeah. But I think they're gonna be happy with 4th. That's their best result. So even if they lose here, they can see it as progress compared to previous regionals. That's a good start by BMQS. And by Stoke as well, look at this. It's not over yet. We have seen comebacks like this, from 2-0 down to a 3-2 win. Charles a bit behind, but I guess the best bug slide probably. Completely catches up. Oh, but then touches just a little bit. He's still in. But will need to step it up a lot if he wants to overtake the red players. It's a good reactor section. He's catching up a lot. Oh, but then another mistake. And every time he comes back, he makes a mistake. He's like a yo-yo. Oh, good bug slide by Exotica. Both Yep members completely mess it up. It looks like it's gonna be a draw. The ending is not too difficult. All of them should be able to make it. And we start Ellipse off with a draw. That's 1 point closer for Damascus. They just need 9 more to go into the losers final. Oh, Charles again with a mistake. After getting last the previous round, he needs to step up, and it's BMQS clipping on the inside. Will drop down to last. It's Exotica now with a respawn even in that box slide. That's a very big mistake. It's all on Charles now, and poor start by Damascus here. I mean, Yep aren't doing amazing, but at least they're kind of staying in the rounds, not making those big mistakes. And just like that, Charles is in first, Stoke in second, trying to secure the victory because Exotica is definitely getting last here. Might be more speed for Stoke. But does he have enough of the map left to do anything about it? Oh, looks like Charles will secure another draw. So far, Damascus very crashy, and Yep, just a bit too slow.
Draw.
So will Damascus make enough mistakes for Yep to capitalize? Or can their pace prevail? Decent start for everyone. But then, it's BMQS with a mistake. Seems like there has to be one every single round. It's a 1v2 up front. Oh, what a bug slide there. But then Charles messes up later and he's fully out, has to respawn. So yet again, it's one blue player in the mud. Tied to last and can't really do much about it. So it's up to Exotica to secure first. He wants to get the third draw in a row. That looks good. That's way more speed than Stoke. Charles just secures his last place with another respawn. Not that it matters anymore. Oh, weird line by Exotica. Will be able to stay in first, just barely. This is kind of close. He clips on the inside, but you don't really get punished here. He should still stay in first. Yes. By 1.5 hundredths. This is a very mistake-friendly end. Since you have the reactor, you don't really get punished. If you crash on the inside, you do slow down a little bit. But you can still make it into the finish. While losing maybe less than 0.1. Now it's Stoke with a mistake. Seems like all 4 players have now taken turns when it makes to making mistakes in the start. And Stoke was the last one left. Really feels like whoever gets the first ace here is just gonna run away with it. Well, all of them except Exotic are really struggling in this round, who is on a very good time. And the others all separated by quite a bit. Stoke barely survives even. Goes a bit too wide. There's no real fights going on. Everyone's spread out so far, and this could be it. This could be the opportunity for Damascus. An ace here would be huge. They just gotta get this box slide. That's very safe and very good. This should be it. The lead is pretty big. And 0.2 should be enough. But Exotica, what is he doing? He actually crashes into the wall. I've never seen that before. This is one of the easiest ends on all maps. It seems like nobody just wants to ace here. And that's the 4th draw in a row. That really should have been it. He was having such a good run. And now he's in last straight away. Maybe it is playing on his mind just a little bit. Needs to compose himself and get back in the race. This is definitely winnable for him and Charles. And that looks good enough. Stoke already quite far behind, and he's struggling with the exit there. Out of the fragile section. Will be over 2nd behind, so yet again, great position for Damascus. Oh, Nix makes it barely. Charles still holding that 1st place. It's BMQS trying to overtake Charles. Trying to get the 1st place to get yet another draw. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. And we actually have a fight for 3rd. Could it be the victory maybe for Yep even? We'll stay here with the fight for 1st. That's not good enough by Charles. Crashes on the inside and Stoke has overtaken Exotica. And this is the 1st victory.
Victory.
Yep, are the first ones to go up in the lead. Is that gonna be enough? Are we just gonna see 4 more draws? What a turn there by Stoke, but then messes it up later. His teammate is even further behind, so can Damascus maybe get the ace now? So far, they've been extremely inconsistent and just cannot close out this round. Oh, Stoke just lucky to even avoid the pole. He was going straight for it. And it's looking better and better for Damascus, but they have thrown this away before. BMQS with a crash doesn't really get punished, even though he does go down to last. And Damascus still in first and second, but then Charles with a mistake. And that is enough to put him into last place. Damascus just aren't able to profit off of mistakes by Yep. Seems like they make a mess of it every single time, and Exotica this time is able to finish in first. And that is another draw. So far, 5 draws and 1 victory for Yep. Is this the round where we get to see the ace on Exotica clips, but isn't that probably the best possible place to crash? Nicely done by everyone. Exotica drops the gear, but he's still in it. It's not a big mistake. His teammate is in first, but he needs to step it up. His team is still 1 point behind. Keeps the gear at least. Good reactive sections by everyone. Exotica maybe catching up just a little bit. Needs an amazing bug slide here, but the angle is not the best. Makes it work though, catches 1. And this fight for second could be huge. It's all on Stoke here to deny the ace. Exotica has more speed, but Stoke still stays ahead. And that's gonna be 8-8.
Victory.
Victory now for either team ends the map. Match point for Damascus. Who can handle the pressure the best? This is it. This is almost overtime. This is where it counts. Stoke with the first mistake. We have seen this before, and Damascus have thrown it away. But now it just counts more. And the gap is increasing. It's over 0.3 now, but BMQS with a great section comes 0.1 closer. Needs to make sure he gets first here. Second is not gonna be enough. His teammate is really far behind. And is only relying on mistakes by Charles and Exotica. On Exotica pulling away so BMQS can get 1. Completely misjudges the turn. And now he's in real trouble. He crashes even. This could be the end if both can survive. But we have seen this once before, and Exotica crashed into the last possible wall. If he just avoids that, the match is over. Just 1 jump away from winning the match, and this time he makes it. That is gonna be it. Finally an ace on the lips. And that is a win for Damascus Gaming. And both of these teams got their best result in this regional. It's long because they kept drawing. So many thrown aces. But I think Damascus were much better. It's just that one round where an Exotica crashed into the wall would have made such a big difference. I think they were much better, just kept throwing. Hey, there's 2 more matches. Now the next one, I think, is gonna be another 3-0. I think Neil and Richie should just destroy Damascus. Based on what we've seen in the last 2 matches, Neil and Richie have played much better. So maybe a curveball here, maybe Sunburn. Like if you're Damascus, do you go for Sunburn here for real? Because it feels like they're gonna lose any other map. They've tried everything else except that. They weren't amazing on Sunburn, but at the same time, if you think you're gonna lose everything else, you gotta try. Why is this taking so long? Where is SRK? Maybe he went to sleep. Where is the server? There's no news on Discord, so I would assume we're starting straight away. I have no clue what's happening right now. There we go, finally. Waiting for SRK to wake up. One of the teams is ready. Just waiting for the other one. Waiting for... Okay, they're here as well. And now... They must have changed this. I think this used to be 2 minutes. For some reason, now it's 4. For no reason. Let's find someone who's driving at least. Neil and Richie played so much better in their second match when they played against Puff Bros. If they keep up that level, then I think this is a 3-0. And it's not even gonna be close on any map. This could be the quickest round out of all of them. I'm just gonna quickly check what this means for the overall leaderboard. I don't know, if I could just find the NCSA standings. So 3rd gets 400 and 7th, 8th gets 125. It's important for 3rd place overall. But it's so difficult to find anything on this webpage. Probably rankings, NCSA. It's gonna be very close. LNN and Damascus. There's gonna be a 25-point difference. Assuming Damascus lose this. If they win, then they go up to 3rd. Both of those are gonna make it into the global playoffs, but maybe the seed might matter. So if Puff Bros win this tournament, then the only thing that's gonna be interesting in the last regional is gonna be who gets 3rd between LNN and Damascus. Because Walsian are in 5th and they're just too far behind. It's highly unlikely they're gonna do anything. APAC is completely solved as well. Like, there's absolutely nothing there to play for. Feels like 4 of these regionals is too much. It's all just too long. I can't imagine the players even want to keep training the maps anymore. It's been 2 months now. The maps aren't crazy difficult. I think it would have been nice if there was only 3 of them. You get the first one just to try the maps out, then the second one where you fix all of your mistakes and improve, and then the third one that's kind of like a final showdown where everyone is at 100% and really showing what they've got. But now there's 4, it's all kind of watered down. It's very diluted. Feels like the players aren't really on it anymore. Especially with APAC. I feel like everyone got worse in APAC compared to the second regional. Here the level is kind of the same. Like, pace is better, but consistency isn't at all. So let's see. Damascus get to pick first. Do they throw a curveball with Sunburn? They were really strong on Ascension, to be fair, but this is a completely different caliber of team. So that doesn't mean much, the fact that they dominated. Alright, so they will go for Ascension. I mean, it makes sense. You've just won 10-1 there. I can see why. I think they just go for a Lips. Yeah. Lips and Reunion. Easy picks. Very obvious. And then here, I think you pick Sunburn. But let's see what they do. They go for Limbo. I guess they really hate Sunburn then. We did see almost every round someone jump out. It was either from either team, to be fair. I guess they just want to avoid it altogether. So I don't think we're going to see it here. I think this is going to be done in 3 maps. Snail and Richie are a completely different level. It's different when you have to play against pace like that. You can't just win rounds with mid 107s. Damascus versus DG and Tescad. This is for the grand final. Whoever loses gets third and is out of the tournament, and the winner gets to play against Puff Bros in the grand final of the 3rd NCSA regional. I think DG and Tescad are coming into this match as big favorites, having won the first match today quite comfortably as well. Even though at some points they were in trouble. But when you look at the final scoreline, it was pretty one-sided. So here we go with Ascension. Both teams will be very confident based on their previous performances on this map. And it's Neil who slows down a little bit, but makes it through. Low respawns, that's very important for nerves. You just want to get through the first round. Make sure you don't mess up badly, just like Richie has right now. So this could be it for Damascus. If they can get an ace straight away, that would be huge, but then there's that mistake, which I often talk about. When you go for the drift, you open up another opportunity for a mistake to creep in. And there's just not a big difference between drifting and not drifting, but it's so much harder to survive with the drift. And Charles pays the full price for it. So from potentially even acing to now getting a loss, it's a big swing here. With Neil able to get it done in first, Exotica in second, Richie in third, and Charles having to settle for last, following that big mistake. Now, poor start for Damascus Gaming. Looked pretty good until Charles had to respawn. But they're still fine. They didn't get aced, and that's what matters. So let's see if they can fight back in round 2. O'Neal is out. Together with Exotica. That is a big gap to overcome, so he's most likely not gonna be able to do anything here unless somebody up ahead respawns. So once again, similar situation for Damascus. They're looking at least a victory, but anything can happen here. We know how strong Richie is. And Exotica just driving safe. He is waiting for a mistake from Richie, who not only is making mistakes, but he's going up to first because Charles has clipped the hole, but that's gonna be enough to stay in third at least. And Richie makes it through the ice section and will be able to secure the draw for his team. With Charles then struggling quite a lot, but at least gets third.
Draw.
So far, very shaky by both teams. Quite a few mistakes coming in. We haven't seen a fully clean round by either team yet. And this time it's the red team with a much better start. Maybe a chance for them to get that elusive ace. Oh, Richie having to slow down quite a lot allows an Exotica into second. Charles also catches up just a little bit. Still doing the drift. This time it does work. But he's not really able to keep up with the rest. Has to release big time not to drop in the hole. That's extremely risky. He's really trying his best, as you can see. But he's just not able to catch up with the rest of the pack. Maybe on ice. We have seen Chaos here before. Who gets it the best? Oh, Richie could be catching up here. All in this last jump, but Exotica gets it. Should be good enough to secure second at least. And that's a match would be for him. Finally drops a 106. But Neil, a very strong match time. 106.76. So DG and Tasket pull away by 1 more point. So far, a very cagey affair. Neither team giving up the ace. And Neil with the early mistake yet again. Leaves it up to Richie to defend. Now crashes yet again, so there's absolutely no chance he can catch up on pace. Maybe this is what Damascus have been waiting for. Charles is already in first. It's up to an Exotica to overtake Richie now, who is still fighting with Charles. Super close there for first. Neil once again just confirms that he's fully out of the round. Richie struggling, but makes it. It's all in this ice section. Can Richie get second? That looks good because an Exotica is sliding out with the icy wheels. And Charles will win. Again, solid time. Any 106 is pretty good. And Damascus claw 1 point back. So far, very close. Much closer than I expected, to be honest. Mostly because Neil has been making these mistakes every round. This time it's Richie who clips a little bit. Doesn't get punished too much. Is still in the round though, even though he's like 0.4 behind. He can definitely catch up. I'm pretty sure he is the fastest player here. And there goes one. But Charles is coming back onto this jump. All of them making it. Richie just jumps way too high, so we'll have to catch up yet again. And it's Neil slowing down, but Exotica is the one who crashes. And it's all flipping upside down. Right now, Richie in second already, with Charles in first. It's so close between all four. Neil with the mistake. And Richie is in first even. You could be looking at another draw maybe. In Exotica, completely different ice line there. But look at this. Richie made a mistake. And this is gonna be an ace for Damascus. We're actually leading for the first time.
Ace.
Ascension is just not ascending for Neil and Richie. And Neil is crashing every single round. There's not a lot Richie can do when he has to defend every single round. So Damascus here with a great opportunity to take a 1-0 lead. They've been playing really well, just really solid, not really giving away those free aces, and it's so important. But as I say that, that's exactly what they're doing now. Double mistake on wood. Neil is slow, but not as slow as Exotica. And this should be enough for DG and Tascat to go up 9-8. Charles is completely out. I think at this point, even if both red players respawn, they're still gonna be ahead of Charles. So all they gotta do is not slide out pretty much. So far, so good. Works for Richie, works for Neil. Yep, nicely done. Can Richie get the jump? That's very safe. Same for Neil. And that is enough. Damascus, after acing, throwing it all away immediately.
Ace.
And they're 8-9 down. And they need to win this one. This could be huge mentally as well. I mean, they're still not out of it. One ace and they win. Draw and they lose. Victory, and it's gonna be overtime for the first time today. A close start, but Charles is out. So is Neil. But Neil recovers much better. So it's really up to Exotica here to overtake Richie. But even then, it's just not gonna be enough. That would only be a draw. So both blue players need to overtake their opponents. But I think that mistake by Charles might have been too big. Neil and Richie should know what the situation is. They just gotta save it, because even a draw is fine for them. So Richie can afford to get second, and Neil is just super far ahead of Charles. And Exotica can't even get the exit right. So Richie will win, and that secures the map win for DG and Tascad. At one point, it really looked like Damascus could get the upset here, but then they completely throw it away. I just praised them for not making mistakes. And then there's 4 mistakes in the next 2 rounds. And you just cannot beat Neil and Richie when you play like that. Huge opportunity missed. And now we're going on to Ellipse, which was extremely close in today's first match. This is where Damascus had that 9-7, and then they lost. So you can see the pattern here. It seems like they are able to get into the position to win, but they just cannot get over the line. Seems to be their biggest problem. It's those rounds under maximum pressure, when it's do or die, and they just cannot do it. So let's see. So far, better start for the red duo. Exotica a little bit behind, also goes for a very wide bug slide. That doesn't really help his cause. Also, poor exit, even a crash, and now this is amazing for Neil and Richie, who only have Charles to defeat to get their first ace on the lips. It's looking very good. Making it through the NASCAR section. Both trying to pull away from Charles, but he's not making it easy. Different lines, much better for Richie and Neil, but then bad exit for Neil. So it's still only a victory. Charles is trying, but maybe going a bit too wide. Can't really overtake. A strong start by Richie. 1:10.9.
Victory.
Victory for DG and Tascat, and Charles, again, strong start to the map. But on Ascension, he just completely fell off in the end. He's gonna have to do better here. And that bounce there really saved Neil. With both blue players already dropping quite far back. On ellipse, it's hard to come back from this when you're 0.4 behind. But there's a bigger mistake from Neil then. So right now we are looking at a draw, and Neil is in the mud. Up to Richie again to defend. Charles crashes. It will help Neil's situation just a little bit. But the players are so spread out that there's no fights going on. So right now we're just waiting for a mistake from anyone. Oh, that's a big one from Charles. But he should still be able to make it. Actually loses out to Neil. And what should have been just a nice and easy draw is turning into a victory for DG and Tascad. And so far, that's just been the difference. The Damascus are making these mistakes under even no pressure. And 1 point by 1 point, DG and Tascad are pulling away. Once again, Richie drove an amazing time. Seems to be the strongest player on the lips by far. Let's see if Neil can mirror what his teammate is doing. If Neil just steps it up a little bit, I think it's over for Damascus here. And so far so good. Incredible start by Richie, and Neil is in second. It's looking very good for them. Charles is out. It's up to an Exotica, who's already super far behind, who is relying on mistakes. He needs Neil to crash somewhere, and that's exactly what Neil did. Let's see the recovery. Still ahead of Charles. And even Richie has made a mistake, so all of a sudden Exotica attacking for first even. But we'll have less speed than Richie, and he's doing the suboptimal strategy there. You want to do what Richie's doing, not what Exotica's doing. Struggling with the end, yet again misses even. But it should be enough for him to still... No, never mind. This respawn is horrible. 6.5 seconds if you respawn there.
Victory.
So it's actually a victory for DG and Tascad. That's crazy. 3 victories so far. And Exotica again throwing it away in the end. We have seen him do that before. And as you said, this ending is not that difficult at all. So that should never happen. And there's Neil with the mistake. Richie, I'm pretty sure, has won every single round here. And Neil somehow is not in last. Charles is trying and succeeding in this battle for first. Richie dropping down a bit, but they already have a 3-point advantage. It's like they've aced. So even a draw isn't that bad for them. And Exotica quite far behind. Completely relying on mistakes from the red duo. Can't really catch up on pace. The gap is just too big. Let's see the bug slides. A bad angle for an Exotica. That was always going to happen. So we are looking at a draw. 7-4. as everyone safely makes it.
Draw.
Damask is simply not able to ace here. And I just don't see how they're gonna turn this around. Look at Richie's stats. 54% top ones, 0% crashes. How do you even beat that? With an Exotic already 0.4 behind. Can't get anything going. And this could be the last round on Ellipse. DG and Tascad are an ace away from winning their second map. However, Neil has made a pretty big mistake. So it's looking very unlikely that it's gonna be this round. Yet another mistake by Neil, and he's also crashing quite a lot. He's just lucky that his teammate is performing exceptionally well. Richie having no intention to ever get lower than first on this map. Yeah, not the best bug slide by him, but he has such a big lead that it doesn't even matter. Neil will definitely not be a factor in this round. So we are going on to 8-5. Right now, only a victory needed for DG and Tascad.
Draw.
And the stats are getting better and better for Richie. He is just farming these first places. One more could be enough here, as long as Neil doesn't crash. Up, good start again for Richie. He is already so far ahead, nobody's able to do anything to him. But it's Neil in last. He's crashed yet again. So this could only be another draw. I mean, they are in a position where Richie can win this alone. Pretty big mistake by an Exotica, and this might be enough now. As long as Richie stays ahead of Charles, this should be enough. Just needs to get this bug slide. That looks good. Oh, he goes over the gap and gets a slowdown, so all of a sudden, it could be just a draw. And we could be going to 9-6. Richie finally falters. And yep, there will be Charles in first. And Exotica in third, actually. Neil making yet another mistake, so we are going to that 9-7, only this time it's for DG and Tascad. So this is the sudden death round. Somebody has to win the map now. The Muscus have to get the ace. But how do they both beat Richie? That is the question. Let's see. It's now or never. If they lose this, they're 2-0 down. And we're going on to reunion. Strong start by Richie yet again. Exotic already 0.2 behind, but Richie is out. Could they actually do it? Neil has been extremely unstable so far, and he is making a mess of this. This could be it. They're 0.6 ahead. They have to win now. It will not get better than this. This is not a difficult map to save. It's only really the bug slide. And I guess the end for an Exotica. Okay, little release. That's fine. Has to go wide of the pole here. That looks good. Neil is not catching up. Instead, Neil is losing more and more. The hearts are pounding here. There's only one turn left. Look at how wide he's going. It's so shaky, but it's enough. And they actually get the ace. Unreal throw by DG and Tascad. I gotta say, Richie doesn't deserve this. He played so well, but there's only so many rounds you can win. I mean, Neil crashed pretty much every round. If not every round. And that's 1-1. And we gotta remember, Damascus were ahead on map 1. It's just they completely fell apart once it got to 8-6, I believe. So Damascus could actually get something out of this. Because Neil especially doesn't look good. So if Richie starts failing here and there, they could be in real trouble. And we'll be seeing at least Limbo, possibly Sunburn. Now this map could be huge. Whoever wins this goes on to map point. Or match point rather, on the next map. That's Exotica with the first mistake. However, it's not a big one. You can come back from like half a second on this map. We've still got the most difficult sections left. Let's see if both red players can get through them unscathed. Yep, Charles, a bit wobbly, but makes it. Nobody flipping over. And now the most difficult turn on the map. They all get the drift. They all survive, no respawns. Charles up to second, he will be happy with that. Neil again not really showing up. Let's see, can Charles maybe even win the round here? Charles is attacking, Charles is overtaking, and Charles is gonna win here. Strong start, and Charles is really feeling it now. He has stepped up so much in the last couple of rounds. Looks like Damascus might actually get something out of this. It's now really on Exotica to step it up himself. Oh, but then after I praise him, of course, that's exactly what happens. Charles is completely out. 1.5 seconds behind. But look at Exotica go. From third to almost first now. It's looking really good for him. Has way more speed than Neil, goes up to first, doesn't flip over. He's doing an amazing job. It's a bit of a weird turnaround. We'll lose a little bit compared to the other two. Poor drift as well, and now has a lot of work to do in the ending. He's completely thrown it away on the reactor section. Has to make sure he catches up to Neil here. This is so important. He cannot afford to get aced here. That's a bad line. It's a really bad line, and both red players survive. That's gonna be an ace. Oh, he tried really hard, but messed it up. That's an ace for DG and Tascat. Now they're back on track. But they did have that 3-point lead on the previous map for so long and just couldn't get it done. So this is not over yet. Ooh, first mistake there by Neil. And that's a really big one. This could be the counter ace straight away. Richie with an amazing section. Needs to make sure he gets at least second here. So far, so good. Neil 2 seconds behind. There's no chance he can do anything here. Nicely done by Richie. Again, much better turnaround than Exotica's. When he is pulling away from an Exotica, but Charles is the one with the most speed out of everyone. And Charles is coming closer. But it might not be close enough unless Richie falls off. That's gonna be good. 107.5 is quite decent. And again, if he just wins every round, it's gonna be enough. But on the previous map, he just wasn't able to do it all the way till the end. Let's see, Neil just can't even make it through the start. That's another mistake. And I'm pretty sure his crash percentage should be much higher than 35. Because it feels like he crashes every round. So once again, 1v2 for Richie. Can he get it done? Oh, Charles makes it easier for him. But it would be huge for Damascus if Exotica can pull off a first place here. Over the gap. Keeps up with Richie. Goes way further back. Did Richie even get it? Looks like he did. Has to slow down. Great opportunity for an Exotica, who has way more speed. Charles is too far behind to do anything, but maybe with that, this is it. This could be the ace for Damascus. Just stay on track. Exotica manages to do exactly that, so does Charles. And we have an equal 5-5. Neil and Richie are just falling apart, and I mean, Neil literally crashes every round. So it's always on Richie to make sure they don't get aced, and at some point he just cannot carry that hard anymore. He has way too much to do. You can't even blame him. So next round, anybody's map still. Oh, two little mistakes by an Exotica and Richie. But they're both still fine, both still in the round. That's good enough. And this is super close. Closest round so far. With Neil in first. So far, so good for him. This is exactly what he needs. See, nobody flips over. Great round so far for DG and Tescat. Looking to respond with an ace of their own. Oh, but then Neil, just like that, he is completely out. Gets the no slide of doom. And it's once again up to Richie, who has to make sure... I mean, at this point he has to get first. That looks good. And that's gonna be fine. Richie again gets it done. Richie's back is just cracking. I'm not sure how much longer he can hold on. Neil is just farming fourth places. Richie is just having a hard time. But then Exotica, we've seen him make this exact mistake before. He's crashed there before, but then Neil responds. And Neil's mistake is even worse, so yet again he is in fourth. And yet again it's up to Richie. Charles looking to overtake, looking to get that 1 point of a crucial advantage. That's a better turn by Charles. Richie loses a little bit. And Richie crashes. There is no way. Could this be an ace for Damascus? I mean, the gap isn't that big yet. Neil is here as well. This is still very close. This is still anybody's round. All of them get the drift this time. Who gets the most exit speed? Looks like an Exotica is losing a little bit compared to the red duo. Then it's Richie with a very strange mistake. Should have definitely seen that coming. So can Neil be the hero? So far he is doing a good job. Maybe goes a little bit wider. It's all to play for, but then much better turn. And he will prevent the ace at least. Well, he did lock in for this round at least. Made sure they don't get aced, but Damascus are a victory away from winning the second map. Let's see. An ace for either side is enough. No mistakes in the start. Exotica flapping around a little bit, but doesn't touch. That looks good. Everyone avoiding the no slide. So much speed on wood, it looks very good. Charles is in first. No crashes on either. Pressure is super high at the moment. This could be the decisive round on Reunion. Who can handle the pressure the best? Look at Exotica from last almost to second. Had to stabilize there to not flip over. Great job. Goes a little too far back maybe. But then Charles with a mistake, and all of a sudden it's up to Exotica to prevent the ace here. He needs to get second here, otherwise it's over. After all that good work they've done, are they really gonna lose to an ace? Looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen. Nicely done by both. So close, but yes, Neil and Richie get it done. Finally, 2 rounds where Neil doesn't crash. And that is enough for DG and Tascat to get the map win. But this has been super close so far. Both maps that Damascus lost, they definitely could have won. And the one that did win, DG and Tascat could have easily won and should have won, to be honest. So far, this has been so even. So we are moving on to the most chaotic map. We know how strong Neil and Richie can be here. But can they do it today? Oh, Neil already with a mistake. There's no way. He makes it, at least he doesn't have to respawn, but that's already a pretty big disadvantage. And yet again, it's all on Richie. We've seen him make so many mistakes in the second half of Limbo today. Can he hold on? Oh, over the gap. Weird angle. But survives. So far, so good. Holding on to their first place. Exotica is super close. Charles lying in wait. But Charles then crashes into the pole. That's a strange mistake. Let's see the turnaround. Richie, as usual, gets it the best. Charles fully in the mud. So it's looking to be a victory for DG and Tascat. If Richie can just get through the ending. He is slowing down quite a lot, but then Neil with a double respawn. Both are going high, and both will make it with Charles, then double crash, Neil overtakes. Complete chaos round 1. With Neil going high, and it will be good enough to get a victory.
Victory.
Absolute madness in round 1 straight away. But good job by Richie. Oh, I think everyone made it. Let's see. Yeah, Richie just crashes later on. And this is still fine. In a match like this, you can still definitely win the round. Despite being 0.74 down. Oh, Exotica with a massive mistake has to respawn. And all of a sudden, it's all going DG and Tascat's way. He is so far behind. We just saw him respawn, and let's see the turnaround. This could be crucial. Charles has to survive. Charles does, but Neil doesn't. Oh, Charles then has to respawn himself. He decides not to respawn. I guess he clipped right before the checkpoint and not after. I didn't see it exactly, but Neil is somehow even behind Exotica. That's how big the mistake was, and look at the respawns coming in. Richie will finish. Charles in second, barely avoids the structure, and Exotica in third. And Neil just got stuck there with the double respawns. Once again, I just can't see how it's only 36%. It feels like it's like 76.
Draw.
Many more mistakes coming in from Neil. And Richie winning another round. See, Richie now up to 52% top ones. And that's exactly what he said. Despite being so far behind, in the start he actually won the round. So here, I guess it doesn't really matter if you crash the start. There's so many things happening later. But this time it's Richie with the respawn. That's different compared to a light touch. And can Neil now defend? Now in this situation we've seen him react quite well. It's usually when it's all 4 still in the round where he makes those mistakes, but when it's 2v1 he was able to defend so far. Let's see, this could be really important. Oh, great turnaround. Yes, he always gets it done when it's 2v1. Richie respawning, not that it matters. But Neil is doing amazing. This is sometimes difficult for keyboard players, but not for Neil in this round. Can he get it? Goes low, makes it. Yeah, once again, that's a really good time. When it's 2v1, Neil locks in. When it's 2v2, he's struggling. Still 4-3. Anybody's map. DG and Tesca 6 points away from yet another grand final. And Puff Bros will be licking their lips looking at this match. Seeing so many mistakes. It's Neil a little bit behind, doesn't have to mean anything. However, that might can't even make the jump. Barely. Looked really smooth. But he's still in. 0.9 is okay on Limbo. Doesn't mean he's gonna finish last. So this time it's up to Richie to defend. We know he has the best turnaround. Can he make it work again? Yep, that looks good for Charles and Exotica, but not for Richie, who completely missed the reactor and is now deep in the mud. This should be an ace. This really should be an ace. They can both jump high. Charles can even afford to go around and Exotica cannot. But I doubt he's gonna do that. Yep, they both jump high, both make it. And that is gonna be the ace. 6-4 Damascus. Once again, it's really close. Very little to separate the teams. Who are looking extremely even, and I gotta say, I didn't expect this at all. Four points away for Damascus, who are doing a great job on capitalizing from Neil and Richie's mistakes. A decent start by everyone. So far, no respawns at least. And Richie, I don't even know how he survived that. It was super close. Everyone really close to each other. Onto the drift. Nicely done. Coming closer to the cinema part of the map. Yep, it all works. And now let's see what happens. Everyone getting the reactor, but Richie is out. Charles with a respawn, Neil with a respawn. Everyone is dead except Exotica. The sole survivor of this round. And it looks like it's gonna be a draw after all is said and done, after the dust settles. He is so far ahead just by being the only survivor. And Charles is ahead of Neil here. This is the battle that we need to see. Both going high. Charles makes it. And again, that's very, very good for Damascus. 8-5. Any mistake now by Neil or Richie could be fatal. And seeing the Sunburn was kept for last, I doubt either team really wants to play it. So anything can happen there as well. That's Exotica a little bit behind, but he was last before. And then he won the round, so this doesn't have to mean anything. A decent turn. He's at least keeping up with the pack. He's not losing more. That's all he has to do. The fact that him and Charles are in 3rd and 4th right now doesn't have to mean anything. Just stay alive. Make sure you don't get wiped out before the most difficult part of the map, which is right here, right now. Let's see. Oh, but both Richie and Neil make it, and now it's very tough for Damascus. He could be looking at 8-8 here. Can they both make it? That looks very good. Only the jump left. And they will make it. Charles is too far behind. Nice round by DG and Tescad. And they are 2 points away from winning the match. Showing up when it matters. Track point and match point. Who can get the victory? This is a huge round. A draw doesn't do anything really. But any other result, and we will have a conclusion. Zero respawns in the start, which is interesting. Yep, decent drifts, no touches. And so far so good. You just don't want to respawn, you don't want to crash hard. Just stay in the round. It's very slow by Exotica. Somehow survives. Great reaction. Oh, but now he's in the mud. I think his wheels were too wet because he got smashed back into the pool. So Charles has to win this. Or it could be over. Oh, Richie misses. And Neil also faltering there. So this really could be the draw. But we also gotta see what happens to Richie. Because maybe we'll actually lose to Exotic. And that's exactly what's happening. Right now, this is a round for Damascus. If he stays like this, Richie has completely blown it this round. Neil goes low. Can he overtake? Can he overtake? No, that's not gonna be enough. So it's up to Exotica. This could be 2-2. And he's gonna make it. It will be enough. Damascus win the map. It's 2-2, and we are going to Sunburn the decider. Hail Sunburn.
Victory.
Clutch win here. That's a crazy mistake there by Richie. I don't know what he's doing. That's why I keep saying always get the reactor. When he missed, all he had to do was just back it up a little bit, get the reactor, and he would have been fine. I have no clue how he made such a big mess of it and lost 11 seconds. And that pretty much allows an Exotica to come back from +7. And we are on the decider. And somehow this is by far the closest match. I mean, every map so far has been extremely close. I think Damascus have stepped up quite a bit. This is the best match they've played. And Neil and Richie have slowed down a little bit. So let's see. All to play for on Sunburn. At this point, the fatigue is kicking in. The nerves are also there. It's a mixture of everything. So who can just keep their composure? It's all about that at the moment. And it's not gonna be Neil, who has already made a mistake. But his teammate is far ahead in first. Has to avoid that jump here. That's gonna be the key. Yep, all of them do. All of them survive the water at least. Well, Neil was already behind, so the respawn doesn't matter at all. And Charles is catching up to Richie. He just has to stay within range, to not allow Richie to go safe. That is really important. Force him to go for the jump, and then anything can happen. And the gap is extending, but I'm not sure Richie will take the risk here. Like, this could be enough if executed perfectly, but you cannot afford to take that risk. It's Exotica with the respawn, but it should still be fine. He can go safe. The gap is big enough. Yeah, that was smart by Charles. He goes safe so that if Richie missed, he would have got first. So first round is a draw. Oh, that's it. Charles with the first mistake, but it's not that bad on Sunburn, I guess. If you crash in the start, as long as you don't respawn. Oh, but he's made a follow-up mistake, and now that is a big problem. So it's an Exotica 1v2. Let's see, he needs second at least. Richie with the respawn. I think Charles will be able to overtake. Neil much better than Exotica. Nope, Charles has made yet another mistake. He was 3 seconds behind, now it's almost 4. But we have a real fight here for first. Different approaches, and Exotica gets it better. So Neil here can go safe if he wants to, and Exotica definitely has to jump. No room for error. Both going for the jump, and both will make it. Richie in third will go safe. Does he have enough of a gap though? Oh, it does just barely.
Draw.
And that's another draw. So in the end, good decision by Richie. Both teams still looking for the ace, which could be massive here. So far, only draws coming in. Nice start. Richie gets it the best by far, but his teammate is in last. He's created such a big gap for himself. But then he jumps and goes from first all the way to last. That is so unlucky. You gotta hate the water physics. But then it's Neil in first, and we could be looking at another draw. But still, the ending is left, as is this Ice 360. Exotica going to the moon, but it is enough at least to stay in third, because Richie has made an additional mistake, and we have a real fight there for first. Both gotta go for the jump. Surely Charles misses completely, has to respawn, loses out to Richie even. So this is gonna be a victory for DG and Tascad. Charles really pushing, trying to get a victory for himself, but doesn't work out, unfortunately. That's a huge mistake. 1 point lead for DG and Tascad. Could this be the pivotal round? Was a slower start by Neil, but it's fine. One big slip up could be the end for either team. And you can see how big the releases are. They are aware that one crash could be fatal. Once again, Richie is in first, and Exotica crashes. But not completely out of it. But Richie is out of it. I think he missed the checkpoint even. He's gonna lose so much. Richie is right now making a lot of mistakes and is really relying on Neil. The tables have completely turned. Different approaches here. Once again, it's Charles versus Neil. Can Charles make up for his mistake in the previous round? I think the gap might be too big this time. Both will make it. Exotica will go safe. Again, very smart. And it's another draw.
Draw.
This is really as close as it gets. Oh, great start by Richie. Is already so far ahead. Then Neil clips. It's not a massive mistake, so he will be fine. Saved by the no grip ice. And we have two 1v1s. That nice turnaround by Exotica there. Catches up a little bit to Neil. Onto the water section. It's Neil this time who jumps. So far it's DG and Tatscat who have been very unlucky with the jumps. And we have Charles once again fighting for first. So far he's lost both times. That is bad, but he saves it. Still goes for the 360, makes it barely. Just again has to make sure Richie doesn't have the luxury of going for the safe finish. I think the gap is just about big enough, but Richie cannot afford to risk that much. Makes the jump. Charles barely makes it as well, and Exotica goes safe, makes it. And yet again, we have another draw. It's the fourth draw with one victory for DG and Tascad.
Draw.
I mean, an ace here could be devastating for the other team. But who can get it? Solid start for everyone. It's Charles just a little bit behind, but that doesn't mean much in Sunburn. Drops the gear even. Will fall a bit further back. Oh, looks like a strong start for DG and Tascad, but can they avoid the jumps? Yes, they can. This is huge. They both make it through the water. This is where they gotta make it count. Richie is really far ahead. That's a great jump by Charles. Catches up so much. Strong ice slide. Good 360. Fully caught up to Richie now. And Neil and Exotica will fight for third, but still a victory for DG and Tascat. Charles with a slowdown on landing. Really unfortunate. Neil with a respawn. And that is gonna be another draw. Due to Neil's respawn. Fifth draw.
Draw.
Match point. DG and Tascad. And if the Damascus get the ace, we're going into sudden death. But somehow, I doubt anyone is getting the ace here. Oh, Charles is out. Can't even come back from that. That is a massive mistake. And this could be over. Rough for Neil. I mean, Neil actually gets stuck. Is Charles anywhere close? Not really, because Charles kind of gets stuck himself. It's now Richie with a mistake. This could actually be another draw. This is unbelievable. And we still might have two 1v1s. So let's see, anything can happen. A victory for DG and Tascat would also force a sudden death mode. Let's see who gets it better. Exotica a little bit. He has caught up. Oh, they both got a jump here. Let's see. Slow for an Exotica. Both jumping, both making it. And Neil, I think he clipped, but he's now forced to go safe, which is actually really good for him. And that is it. Sudden death. Somebody will win in this round. Ace for Damascus or anything else for DG and Tascad. This is it. This is the last round. Every mistake matters. More than any mistake so far. This is it. Neil is in last together with Richie. Good start for Damascus. They have won in this situation before, but so have DG and Tascad. This is as close as it can possibly be. That's a big mistake from Neil. He's fully relying on Richie now. And Richie is in third. So right now this is an ace for Damascus. Can they just hold it together? Nobody jumps out. That is super important for Richie because it could have been over now. Exotica is a little bit behind. He is losing to Richie. But Richie has the pressure of the entire world on his shoulders. Crash for an Exotica. It doesn't matter that much there because you gotta slow down anyway. If Richie misses the finish, it's over. But it's an Exotica with a massive mistake. Where is Neil? Even Neil will overtake and that might be it. Charles is doing his part of the job. But an Exotica with that mistake might have just signed the death certificate and that is it. Richie, very smart. Charles even misses. And that is the first ace. DG and Tascat will go to the grand final. What a match this was. But they had to risk, to be fair. I fully understand that. You can't really say anything if players make mistakes in this situation. Like, you have to. If you're 7-9 down, you gotta go for it. Well, that was a long match. That was like 1 hour. We've got one more. I mean, Neil and Richie gotta be spent at this point. It's been almost 4 hours, and I'm sure they even warmed up a bit before. But we've got one more match. Just one more, and we're done. Oh, that was interesting. I think Damascus can take a lot of positives from that. And maybe come back even stronger for the last one. Because it's between them and LNN for third place. So that's gonna be pretty big. I think first and second are quite solved now. Especially if Puff Bros win this. And both Neil and Richie want to start straight away. I think we all do. At this point, we just want to get this over. So yeah, yesterday, I think it was under 3 hours even. Pretty sure it was just under 3, and now it's gonna be 4.5. Because for some reason, we played 5 best of 3s in one day and then 5 best of 5s in the other day, which makes no sense. First round of today should have been played yesterday. But in Trackmania esports, things don't usually make sense. So we'll play the last match now. And we still got 4 more minutes. And just start manually at this point. Feels like Puff Bros haven't played for what? It has to be over 2 hours, like 2.5, I think, even. No, they played 2 rounds. It's almost 2 hours then. I can't believe we're really waiting the full 4 minutes. Like, whose bright idea was to increase the 2-minute timer to 4 minutes? Literally nobody wanted this. Okay, there we go. We're manually starting. And Puff Bros are the first ones to pick. I mean, do they even pick Sunburn after what they've seen? Oh, they're going for Ellipse. Okay, I mean, they've been really impressive on Ellipse, so can only see that going one way. But then again, I said that for the previous match as well, so what do I know? I mean, what did they even pick? Reunion. Second pick, Limbo, I guess, even though they lost it, but it's a shit show map. Anything can happen there. Yeah, that makes sense. A Sunburn in the mud again. Poor Sunburn. At least we got to see it once. Well, twice, even in the match before. I can't believe we actually saw the decider. So we should be starting in just 1 minute. So the grand final of the third North, Central, and South American Regional is coming up. It's gonna be Puff Bros, Carl and Pack versus DG and Tascat, Neil and Richie. This is very important because Puff Bros have won the first 2. So if they win this one, they pretty much secured the stage 1 win in their region. And DG and Tascat gotta win this one after getting second in the previous 2 to keep the dream of winning the region alive. So here we go, map 1 Ellipse, picked by Puff Bros. Let's see. Early mistake there by Carl, but don't really get punished for these smaller mistakes here, unlike Richie's mistake, and he is really far behind. And you can imagine that at this point he's really tired. He is one of the 2 Europeans here, so it's very late for him. It's past midnight. That could also be a factor, but at the same time, he picked this region to play in, so that's all on him. As Neil also touches, and this could be an easy ace already for Carl and Pack. I mean, at this point, fatigue really has to be a factor for Neil and Richie, and it must be very difficult to play after that 5-map thriller in the losers final. So Carl and Pack just looking to get it over the line. Pack is stumbling a little bit, but is still safe in second. Oh, now he's not anymore. That's a bigger mistake, and Pack should be fresh here. He's had a nice long break of almost 2 hours. And that's a decent time by Carl. Pack only third, so that's gonna be a victory for Puff Bros. Richie there, not even able to finish. You got a feel for him.
Victory.
Now round 2. Carl again just touches a little bit. He is struggling with the start, but luckily for him that's the smallest possible mistake. And then there's Neil with a double mistake. So it's up to Richie to defend. Carl and Pack looking to get their first ace. So far a very wide box slide for Carl. But he is closing in. That's an amazing start by Pack. So Carl's start isn't even that bad. Like, he can still do a 110 with this. It's just the other two are really smashing it. And right now Richie is keeping up with Pack. Doing an amazing job trying to at least secure the draw here. Oh, that's really bad for Carl. Has to readjust, but Richie gets stuck. Oh no. And Carl will be very relieved to see that he's in second after he made a mess of the bug slide. And that is a match PB for Pack, 110.75. So you can see that both him and Richie were on amazing pace, but Richie just couldn't hold on till the end. And that's an ace for Puff Bros, 5-1 already. And this could really be an absolute hammering. Oh, Carl had to release a few times just to make sure he makes it. But it's all good. So close to the wall, but he is within the pack. Now it's Richie dropping down a little bit, has to respawn even, and I think he just cannot even keep his eyes open anymore. That's Neil with a mistake, and that's another completely free ace. So far, Neil and Richie were even lucky to not get aced first round, and yeah, they're just not able to do anything. I think they just want to get this match over and done with as quick as possible. Pack and Carl can just relax, cruise into the finish. Carl is going over every gap in existence, but makes it. What a turn by Pack. Yeah, pretty solid double 110. And that is 8-1. Just one victory away from winning map number 1.
Ace.
Can they do it in only 4 rounds? Carl again, a little bit behind. But as we've seen, it doesn't really mean anything. Because he is already fully caught up to both Neil and Richie. And there he goes on to second. What a turn. Half of the wheel was off the map, but no problem. And Neil tries with an inside box slide, but then drops the gear. Makes it work though. Different lines coming in. It's Richie colliding with the checkpoint, which leaves a Pack in third, and so far so good for Puff Bros. This is exactly what they need. They just need a victory And with Richie being 0.8 down almost, this would be enough for them. As long as Carl holds on in first, and that's a mistake by Neil. And that should be enough. They can both afford to save the box slide as they do. No need to go over any gap. And they are looking at the third ace in a row. Yeah, look at this line by Pack. So tight. So good. And that's 1:10.83. And he was so far behind Carl, so you can imagine what kind of time Carl was on. Absolute hammering on ellipse. And we are moving on. Let's see if DG and Tascat can maybe put up a fight on Reunion. Seems like being fresh is really making that all-important difference. And Neil just relaxing a bit. Probably smart in this case. And with a tired mind, Limbo is gonna be very difficult to play. So they gotta make it count here. Very nice start by Pack. Super close to every wall. Crazy execution. And he's already so far ahead. I mean, Carl hasn't even done anything wrong and he's 0.2 behind. Good PF section there. Overtakes Neil at least, but look at Richie there in first. And Reunion is looking much better for Richie and Neil than Ellipse was. They actually look very competitive here. Oh, Pack's so far back. We'll have way more speed than everyone else here. Perfect drift by Carl. Will fully catch up to Richie, and Pack is also coming close. Could still be an ace even for Puff Bros. It's all gonna be decided in this ending. Oh, but then what a mistake that is from Carl. Looks like only a victory for DG and Tascat, but they will be very happy with that. And look at the time by Richie. 107.19. Insane. But Richie looks reborn on Reunion. What a start that is, but he needs to keep it up now. Because Pack looks almost unstoppable, and that was a mistake by none other than Richie. Seems like he cannot do it 2 rounds in a row, but then Pack is out of the map. And Reunion does look like a good opportunity for DG and Tascat to get a map win. So it's Carl versus Neil for first. Slightly better section for Carl will allow him to overtake for first. Avoids flipping over. Nicely done. Good turnaround as well. Pack is completely out of it. And Richie is also too far behind to catch up on pace. So it's only a fight for first here. Carl is just trying to get the draw, and there's nothing else he can do. But Neil is not making it easy for him. Oh, bad line by Neil. Much better for Carl. Neil crashes, but that's gonna be good enough. Makes no difference. That's a PB by Carl. Yet another amazing time. So they were both on a great round. And so far the pace here is really good. So DG and Tascat will stay 1 point ahead. Very well played so far. Really putting up a fight on Reunion, with Carl making a mistake there. Will drop down, but then Neil, an even bigger mistake. And all of a sudden it's all on Richie now to defend. Carl can't really do much. It's up to Pack to really put the pressure on Richie and try to make him crash so that even Carl can overtake. He's not really gaining anything. It's pretty much relying on Richie making a mistake. But so far so good for Richie, who's even overtaken here. for first. Same drifts pretty much. I guess Richie got a little bit more exit speed. It's looking like another pretty good time here for him. Back with a better section. Who can keep the gear here? Looks like both will. Oh, Pack is trying his best. Pack trying to finish on the left, and yes, he makes it. What a line from Pack. And that equalizes the score. Great race. And that's why going into the finish as far left as possible is so deadly. So 4-4. Both teams are actually doing really well. The times coming in are very strong. Now it's Richie in last, crashes, and that's a very bad place to crash. Crashes again. It's up to Neil here to defend. You do not want to get aced here. Yep, that looks amazing. Oh, double crash. Carl still in first. Pack recovers much better than Neil. And this is gonna be an ace after all. They should know they have a massive lead. It's 3 seconds for Carl, it's 2 seconds for Pack. And that's gonna be very, very lucky. But Carl then with a respawn. What is happening here? How are they throwing this away? Carl is the last player I would... I don't even know anymore. I don't know what to say. How they ace this is beyond me. Yo, Alex Share. Thank you for the raid, appreciate it.
Ace.
Hey Rob. Welcome guys. Welcome to the grand final. Hope you enjoy it. Looks like it might be a quick one. Because I don't think Puff Bros will throw this away. I mean, I still can't believe they actually got an ace out of that. But fortune favors the brave, I guess, and they are now 3 points away from closing it on map 2. Just one more ace needed, and Neil is a little bit behind already. Needs to step it up. His teammate is in first, so that's half of the job done. Now he is trying, but oh no, he's fully out. We'll have to respawn. It's all on Richie. 1v2 here. I think Carl with another no-slide, Pack with a crash, and what is happening here? No, they're quite lucky that Neil is 8.5 seconds behind. So they're actually gonna be able to get a draw out of this. Despite the double mistake. And this match is turning into a complete clown fiesta all of a sudden. It's Richie, the only survivor. Pretty good time again. And I'm sure Puff Bros will be ecstatic with the draw.
Draw.
Now only needing a victory to close that reunion. Is this gonna be the round? Again, nice start by Pack. Like, his precision in the start is just crazy. Others cannot follow. But then Pack with that mistake, it's the second time he's done that in this match. He is gonna be quite far behind. It's up to Carl here. He has to make sure to get at least second. And if he does, we are gonna go into a sudden death round. But so far, he's doing even more than that. He's actually in first. No wipeouts. Carl's still holding first. Oh, Neil is out, and Neil is gonna drop down all the way to last. So right now, this is looking amazing for Puff Bros all of a sudden. Neil completely out, more respawns coming in. It's up to Richie to somehow try to get first here and beat Carl. Needs to get it done. He's trying his best. He's trying to go as tight as possible, and that almost worked. Well, respect for the attempt, but it's not enough. And the nose slide by Neil really put a nail in the coffin for them on reunion. Good try. They did have a chance here for sure. But that round where Puff Bros somehow got the ace, that was crucial. That's the one they should not have given away. And now we're going on to Limbo, which is likely gonna be the last map here. I think at this point everyone is just tired. And this is gonna be very difficult to play for both teams. I mean, warm-up looked very good for Puff Bros. Can they do it in the match as well? Here we go. That's one mistake in the start. And that is gonna be Richie, so... Puff Bros already off to a very strong start. There's a mistake by Neil as well. Another mistake and he's fully out. This is a free ace for Puff Bros. They should know this. The lead they have is massive. They don't have to do anything special with the turnaround. And a 3-0 on Limbo is just huge. Just do it clean. Don't clip anything. You can see they're just doing it safe. Well, maybe a little bit less later. They can't even go around if they want to in the end. Just gotta make sure they get through the NASCAR section. That looks good. That looks like they will both go for the jump. Carl goes low, makes it. Oh, that's why he went low. Carl farming PBs here. And that is an insane match time. Any 105 is crazy. So 3-0 Puff Bros. Just 7 points away from winning the third tournament. And that should be enough to win stage 1 of the North Central South American Regional. This time much better start for DG and Tascat. They are still in it. Yep, it's looking good. It's only Neil just a little bit behind, but the round is quite fast, but then Neil is in the pole and Neil is out. So Richie has to defend. The 6-0 might be too big of a lead. He has to make sure it doesn't go to 6-0 or even 5-1. Oh, Pack misses, will decide to continue. So we have a fight for first. Carl versus Richie. Richie with more speed. Neil with a respawn. Another respawn. And we are looking at a victory. Seems like Pack has made it. Despite not having the reactor, he just lost 3 seconds. Oh, can Richie jump over? No, and Pack will make it. So despite missing the reactor, that's still an ace for Puff Bros. Carl with another 105. Insane performance so far on Limbo. And 6-0 is a massive lead. Seems like Neil and Richie just don't have anything left in the tank. And you can imagine why. I mean, the previous match was an absolute marathon. How do you even compose yourself and play such a high-level match straight away? It's incredibly difficult. So you gotta understand why they're playing the way they're playing. There's a little touch by Carl there. Maybe opens the door for an unlikely comeback for Neil and Richie, but then Neil is completely out yet again. Full crash on NASCAR. Will have no speed whatsoever. And again, doesn't even matter if Puff Bros get an ace or a victory at this point. Doesn't make that big of a difference. The only thing that would make a difference is an ace for Neil and Richie, but it's obviously not happening. And it could be 9-0. They can go full safe if they want to. I doubt they will. They're actually both going low. They don't even care. That's a PB by Pack. Another 105. I think even if Neil and Richie were at their best, there's nothing really they could do here. The times are insane.
Ace.
There's one blue player doing a 105 every round. Like, how do you beat that? Yeah, this is a completely different league to the previous match. And they're so tired at this point. It's 9-0. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be the last round. And any mistake by Neil or Richie is equal to death at this point. They gotta find a way to get the ace, but how do they even do it? Neil is just dropping further and further behind. I mean, give it all he's got now. Just do your best and hope that by some miracle it's enough. Now let's see the turnaround. That's where the most chaos happens. They all get the reactor. Everyone survives, actually. But Neil just loses even more. And we are looking at the winners of the official tournament number 3. Pack with a crash, Richie with a crash, Neil with a crash. It's only Carl left, who has been the absolute MVP of this map. And Carl will get over the line with an absolutely outrageous time. 105.76. Carl completely dominating Limbo, and that is gonna be the victory for Puff Bros in the 3rd NCSA Regional. Well done to them. Yeah, I think that was expected, to be honest. I think the previous match just took way too much out of Neil and Richie. And, I mean, if Puff Bros play this way on Ellipse and Limbo, there's just no chance anyone can beat them. There was a chance on Reunion, but I think they would have closed it on Sunburn or Ascension either way. So, yeah, Puff Bros are at their best now. And I think the window of opportunity to beat them has passed. So I think it's gonna be the same in the last regional. So yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go to sleep. So thanks for watching, guys. This is gonna go on YouTube in a couple of days, once I catch up on my sleep. And I'll see you on in next stream. Definitely not tomorrow or today, because tomorrow is the day. And I will, of course, cover the European Regional next week. So don't worry about that. So thanks for watching, and see you next time.